Hello, whoever's here. Hello, the one person who is here. I'm gonna start with something interesting. With a classic. We're gonna start with a classic video. You all love classic videos, don't you? All two of you, or three of you, or whatever unspecified number of you that are here. I am tired. Hold on. I have to do something. How is everyone? Everyone that's here, that is. Oh, it's almost time. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Damn. Gosh darn. Oh, I should read more. Okay. Oh, oh, wow. The passage of time is a bit. Um, oh, here. Here we are. Bird milk? Bird milk or ban? Urban's facing his toughest ever challenge. 239,000 views from 5 days ago. As context, Novak was supposed to be an ideal woman and represent an image of a mother of many kids, working hard and taking care of the family. She has often said that the family is saint and children must be protected. That have a presidential pardon to a child predator. Damn. For context, I'm gonna use this as a thing. I'm gonna go full screen. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna read this thing. Where, oh my god. Where is it? Where is it? Here. For context, Novak was supposed to be an ideal woman and represent an image of a mother of many kids, working hard and taking care of the family. She has often said that the family is saint and children must be protected. That person gave a pardon to a child predator as a president. Damn. Well, that's so unfortunate. So I guess we're just. My mouse is so broken. What happened to your mouse? Okay, let's watch the video.
Poland. February 2024 has proven to be one of the most turbulent months in modern Hungarian political history.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know a little bit about it. Wild stuff. It's still not over. It's gonna be wild here in Poland as well. I decided to go to an event. Oh, let's check. Wait, before we watch the video, I wanna check some things. I wanna check the schedule. I wanna do a little bit of checking of the schedule for tomorrow. That's a good idea, actually.
The headline is that President Katalin
Oh my
Novak...
god, I didn't even press play. Damn. Calm down. Concerning the national question. That came in handy yesterday. Okay. Protest rolników. Warszawa. 27 lutego 2024. Nice. Jakimi ulicami protest rolników w Warszawie? Okay, that's like a scheduler for us. Oh my gosh. Jakimi ulicami protest rolników w Warszawie? Kolejna manifestacja 6 albo 7 marca. Another. Rolnik was wyżywi, Unia was Jesus. Oh my gosh. Okej. Opracował Tomasz Król. Jakimi ulicami protest rolników w Warszawie? Kolejne already. There's nobody here, so I might as well read in Polish. Polish fans are gonna be excited for me reading Polish. Speaking Polish. Unions will strike on the 6th and 7th March. Or okay, strike on the... Oh, it's a strike. It's a full-blown strike. Oh my gosh. A strike of the farmers on the 27th. We'll be in Warsaw. It will start at 11. I'll be there. Let's see. Emilii Plater, Aleje Jerozolimskie, Rondo de Gola, Nowy Świat, Plac Trzech Krzyży, Wiejska, Piękna, Aleje Ujazdowskie. What? Jesus. Okay, we're gonna catch it on the phone. Another manifestation of farmers in Warsaw. Yes. Tak wynika z poniższego komunikatu NSZZ RI Solidarność. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I wanna find some... Oh, there's a map of the protest. A march. 10,000 farmers who are gonna be protesting tomorrow in Warsaw. Okay, 11. Oh. It's gonna start here. Okay. So it's gonna start here. All right. What? That looks so ridiculous. Oh my, never mind. You seem bored? No, I'm not bored. I'm just tired. I'm just tired and I'm just waiting for viewers to come in. I'm not bored. I'm never bored. That's my curse. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing a big thing. We're gonna be covering a strike. I'm gonna be there to witness if, just like in Brussels, our water gun's gonna be used against the strikers. I'm gonna see. That's it. Remains to be seen. Oh my. So it's gonna end at Prime Minister's office, as you can see, if you speak Polish. Sleep is important. I slept a bit before the stream. So it's gonna start here. It's gonna go like ding, and end here. What's the plan? The organizers announced that there's gonna be 10,000 farmers, so that's over 9,000 naturally. Oh, they promised it's gonna be peaceful, and it's gonna be on foot. Oh, it's gonna be on foot. There's a ban on tractors. Unlike Brussels, they're not gonna be able to just ride in with tractors. That's forbidden. So they're gonna be on foot. It's gonna end at 3 p.m. The police is gonna close streets. Uh-oh. Well, they haven't said much. They're just gonna walk from... They're just gonna walk from the Palace of Culture to Żelazna Mirów. Wait, hold, something's not right here. What's with this map? This map is so weird. Żelazna Ronda NZ? Ja, Ronda NZ? Prosta... No, this map is so strange. I don't... Huh? I guess it makes a little bit of sense, but also doesn't. Whew. So yeah, that's my plan for tomorrow. My plan for tomorrow is to go here. and witness the peaceful strike. We'll see. We'll see if it's the Brussels one was not that peaceful. Let's see. The Brussels one was definitely not super peaceful. Here we go. Farmers clash with riot police. We'll see if that will happen tomorrow. Gee. Gosh. Farmers clash with riot police in Brussels as European Union agriculture leaders meet. See? It was so worth it to read that whole... It was so worth it to do the whole reading about what the Green Order is, because now we all know. Now we all know what the Green Order is. Now we all know why all the farmers around Europe hate it so much. So if you're a diligent watcher of this channel, then you are by now an expert on the Green Order and you know what's at stake. My goodness. Climate neutrality by 2050. The best kind of neutrality. Let's see. React. The rioting needs to stop, and if that means something, then my gosh, it has my approval or whatever. I don't know. Damn! Burning tires, the symbol of the farmers' protest. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Is that gonna be Warsaw tomorrow? Imagine that. That's actually forbidden in Warsaw. They cannot do that, so that's already out of the question. It's all about that Green Order that they hate. I don't know why Ukraine has to suffer for the Green Order, but in Poland it's probably because of the Confederacy that has just attached itself to the protest. Like, the Green Order has nothing to do with Ukraine, literally. How could it? Ukraine is not in the European Union yet. Ukraine is not exactly dictating to European farmers, you must reduce CO2 and use different types of, I don't know, fertilizers, etc. to be more ecological. Ukraine is not ordering you to be ecological. I remember one jerk threw tires into a volcano in order to make others think it came alive. Jesus. I guess that's a thing. People are strange. So we watched a little bit of this video. Oh, there's a farmer here. I wonder if I'll be able to talk to any farmers. Have them explain to me what's up. We're here because the European Parliament keeps putting us aside.
Here because the Parliament keeps putting us aside and we are getting ignored and stuff. We want to make a point, but nobody listens to us. And they keep saying, okay, we will talk about it, but a week after they didn't do anything, and normally today it's they come together to speak about it.
Basically, it's a really badly thought out, I don't know, it's not a single thing, it's a whole set of policies, which of course, again, I will remind, it was championed by what's his face, Wojciechowski, the commissioner of agriculture in the European Union. Where is it? Jesus. Józef Wojciechowski, yeah. He pushed for the Green Order like nobody's business. And he said that, again, I will remind you what I said last time. He said that he's not riding the wave of the European Union. It's the European Union that is riding his wave. And that actually all of the Green Order sort of things are all of the Green Order stuff is based on policies created by Law and Justice. He directly said that all of that is thanks to the Law and Justice Party. And then the Law and Justice Party lost, and then the Green Order turned out to be not a very popular thing among the farmers, and suddenly Law and Justice is attacking the Green Order and not that don't like it anymore.
Normally, and that's why we're here.
Like the Law and Justice Party does not like their child anymore. Oh, and the leader of Law and Justice Party ordered Janusz Wojciechowski to resign. And his reaction was because he's a Law and Justice guy. So the leader of Law and Justice, Jarosław Kaczynski, assumed that he still has power over everyone and everything. So he said, resign, Wojciechowski, step down. And Wojciechowski's reaction is like, you don't tell me what to do anymore. You've lost. You're not in power anymore. You're not the boss of the of Poland anymore. You cannot tell me. I don't care. Why would I step down for someone like you? Have a pretty good job here. Why would I ever listen to what you have to say? Which is admittedly pretty smart on his end. And show that more and more people just don't care about Jarosław Kaczynski anymore. Jarosław Kaczynski is not the man he used to be just a few months ago. How unfortunate. Farmers have clashed violently with police in the European quarter of Brussels, spraying officers with liquid manure and setting fire to mounds of tires while the EU's agriculture ministers met to discuss the crisis in their sector. The Polish one is promised. The farmers have promised that it'll be peaceful. That it'll just march peacefully. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see at 11. We'll see at 11 from 11 to 3 p.m. As farmers also protested in Madrid and on the Polish-German border, at least 900 tractors jammed streets in the center of Belgian capital. God. I don't know why Brussels did not... How come Brussels did not ban tractors from entering the city? In Warsaw, it was like, oh, we're gonna do the protest on foot because tractors are forbidden from entering Warsaw. And that's it. That's all it took. You cannot enter with tractors here. Oh, our bad. We just have to do the protest on foot. Police said with protesters throwing bottles and eggs and setting off fireworks while riot police fired water cannon. God damn. I don't think it's gonna be that extreme tomorrow. Although, who knows. Farmers from Spain. I guess the Polish protesters, strikers, are just calm and docile. Unless they're on the border and can destroy totally unrelated countries' grain. And Italy, Portugal and Italy joined their Belgian counterparts, for the latest show of force by a months-long Europe-wide movement demanding action on high costs, low production prices, cheap non-EU imports, and strict EU environmental rules. The Green Order. I wonder if anybody's gonna be joining the Polish one tomorrow. They just said that the Polish people will be here. I think. They say 10,000 protesters will come tomorrow to Warsaw to scream about everything, mainly the Green Deal, but probably about Ukraine as well. I'm gonna see what the transparencies are gonna be. The rolling protests, which on Saturday led to the French President Emmanuel Macron being heckled by furious farmers, is the Paris Agricultural Fair, have unnerved leaders before European elections in June that are likely to produce major gains for far-right populist party. Yeah. Unfortunately, the farmer movements are like the main fuel, the main voter base for far-right parties. That is unfortunate. That is an unfortunate reality, at least in Poland. The farmers, the countryside, is the main voter base for the Law and Justice Party, which is why the Law and Justice Party has been endorsing the protests so much. Non-stop. Let's go back to the React thing. I've just been endorsing it like wild. Ministers were meeting to debate European Commission proposed to ease the pressure on farmers, including simplifying the bloc's common agricultural policy by reducing farm inspections and exempting small farms from some green rules. Green rules. The Green Order. We need something practical. Oh yeah, and also the farmers are basically saying that all of that is too little too late. We need something practical, something operational, said the French Agriculture Minister Marc Franzot, adding that while there was room for adjustments within the current rules, meeting some demands would require changing the legislation. I mean, if the entire legislation of agriculture is so bad that everybody's protesting, then maybe it's time to reevaluate some things. All European farmers are far-right mouth breathers. It's not as simple as that. Like, it's okay. I'm gonna fetch a book that explains it far better than I could. Oh, there we go. This book by David Ost. David Ost, a big fan of Poland, who used to come here. Maybe still comes here. David Ost is an American, a US sociologist and political scientist who's a leftist. He knows Polish affairs not just from the press and books, but also from observations, and also did interviews with the members of the opposition and empirical sort of research. He did it in our country by visiting it every single year in the years 1989, 2004. Solidarity was his main interest. And then the transformation period. So, there should be a nice summary of what is being There we go. The author, a long time ago a big enthusiast of the Solidarity movement, describes how it came to be that the leaders of the movement, the liberal intelligentsia, have betrayed their worker compatriots. And with a big eagerness, they have embraced the neoliberal concepts from the West. And the workers have become the great losers of the transformation process from the Soviet bloc system to capitalism slash democracy. Their anger and feeling of being hurt, betrayed, was used in a very smart way, was used in a very capable way, competent way by the right-wing populism. You see, when you have a group that feels that is betrayed, when you have a group that is left behind, usually there comes a right-wing populist group that will say, see, they screwed you over. They screwed you over, but you know what? We're not gonna screw you over. We're actually gonna take care of you. Come, vote for us. We will take care of you. We will take care of your needs like they didn't. They abandoned you. So come to us. That's basically what happens. It's not that all farmers or all workers were just far-right, bigot, reactionary. It's just that they were like, hey, what's up? We sort of feel like we were screwed over and just left behind. And then the far-right populists come and say, that's right, you were. But we can fix it together. We can fix it for you. We can help you. That's basically the gist of it. And that is why the article says that that something like this might happen here. A repeat of that might very well happen here. First said that no matter what the changes were made before or after European Parliament elections. So yeah. Snow said that it did not matter whether the changes were made before or after the European Parliament elections, but what matters now is moving forward. We need to set a goal, lay the foundations of a CAP that reassures people. Germany's agriculture minister, Cem Özdemir, said that the EU needed to ensure farmers could make a fair living if they opted for biodiversity and environmental measures. So the Green Order, once again, rears its ugly head. He said that average farmer spends a quarter of their time at their desks because of the EU's bureaucracy monster. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Are you suggesting that it's not my job to educate you? Fuck off and don't be a bigot might not be an effective strategy? Well, it's a bit more. It's a bit more than that. It's like it's about strategy used like in the transformation between the Soviet bloc and democracy. It's about policy that basically gave no benefit to the main group that actually fought for the thing to happen. They just were left to, I don't know, suffer in poverty. And they felt that actually the transformation that they were fighting for left them worse off than before, you know? They actually thought, hey, in the old system, we actually, I don't know, at least we had an apartment and a steady job, guaranteed, right? And in the new system, we're just screwed over. I don't know, we don't have the means to live, we don't have anything. It's more like along those lines. And here it's the European Union is just straight up strangling us with ridiculous rules, ridiculous regulations without helping us to make them doable. They're just giving us things that we cannot do and expecting us to do fine. Like it is a bit ridiculous that an average farmer in the European Union spends a quarter of their time at their desks because of the European Union's bureaucracy. That is a bit ridiculous. It's a bit silly. David Clarenwall, the Belgian agriculture minister, said farmers' complaints had been clearly heard, but urged them to refrain from violence. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow if there will be violence. Once again, they promised it'll be peaceful. What if I get hit by a bottle in the head tomorrow? Then, it's the price for being a duck in the middle of the city. While the Irish Agriculture Minister Charlie McConalogue said the priority must be to slash red tape. True. That is certainly one of the priorities, to slash the so-called red tape. The EU should ensure that policies were straightforward, that they're proportionate, and they're as simple as possible for farmers to implement. He said, underlining that we do respect the massively important work that farmers carry out every day in terms of producing food. And that is why we hit them with unreasonable and ridiculous policy. Come on. And again, why does Ukraine have to suffer for that? What does Ukraine have to do with EU policy? I don't know how it is in other countries, but most German farmers are extremely rich and essentially run gigantic businesses. Small independent farmers have become the exception due to how subsidies work. I don't think that's the case in Poland. I don't think Polish farmers are just rich giant businesses, but I might need to look into it. I guess I'm gonna talk to them tomorrow if I have the chance. I'll be like, hello farmer, are you rich? Are you a rich business farmer? There are of course exceptions, but many of the German farmers that are now protesting fall into that category. Jesus. Maybe they're afraid of not being rich anymore, which makes sense. Right? That makes sense. They're afraid of not being rich anymore. And okay, we're gonna get to that later. We're gonna get to that. Don't worry. I'm gonna talk about it a lot. The EU has already rolled back on several parts of its flagship Green Deal plan, or the Green Order, as it's called in Polish, in an effort to appease farmers, scrapping references to farming emissions from its 2040 climate roadmap, withdrawing a law to cut pesticide use, and delaying a target for farmers to leave some land to follow to improve biodiversity. In the US, many farmers rent the land they farm and the equipment they use. Hey farmer, are you a far-right meathead? Okay, I don't want to risk sparking violence. I don't think that would be advisable. That's why they spend so much time at the desks. Damn. Also, there's also the matter of, global warming and the planet dying. But that's a whole other thing. We'll see. That's a whole other story. It's gonna be awesome. The farmers will get theirs, even if the planet will suffer for it. Because this is about, combating the global warming. biodiversity, reducing CO2, using less pesticides, etc. The bloc has also introduced safeguards to stop Ukrainian imports flooding the market under a tariff-free scheme introduced after Russia's 2022 invasion. I mean, it doesn't help much considering that. Okay, we're gonna get to the biggest spillage of Ukrainian produce since ever, like the biggest sabotage since the beginning of the war. Of course, in Poland. Poland always gets the most, I don't know, shameful records. Most shameful big events happen in Poland, usually. So proud to be Polish. Oh yeah. Oh yes. So proud. Riot police out in force at an agriculture show in France on Saturday, where the President Emmanuel Macron was heckled. Photograph chestnut Getty images. What a cute cow. Look at this. How cute. Is this riot police person posing to the photo? It literally looks like this person is posing for the photo. It's so wild. That or it's just a really weird freeze frame, but it does look a bit strange. Starting point for the German farmer protests was that the government wanted to axe subsidies for things that are harmful for the climate and it affecting some of their raw fuel. So the Green Order. The protest was farmers' second in Brussels in recent weeks. There's gonna be a Warsaw one tomorrow. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there from the very start at the Platz des Filats in front of the Palace of Culture. It's gonna be... I don't know how it's gonna be, but it's gonna be. We're getting ignored, said Marieke van de Vivere, a farmer from Belgium, Ghent region. She said ministers should be reasonable to us. Come with us on a day to work on the field, or with the horses, or with the animals, to see that it's not very easy. I mean, I could say the same, dudes. Come with Ukrainian farmers to Ukraine and farm, among mines. Become deminers, as the Ukrainian farmers have to be for a day. Be reasonable to us. Come with us on a day to work on the field in Ukraine, or whatever. You will see, European farmers, that it is not very easy because of the war that has been thrust on us. Come on. The irony on the display is just too much to ignore. Oh, come to us for a day. You'll see how tough it is for us. Well, that's nice, but I would make a case that the Ukrainian farmers have it actually far worse than you currently. I don't know. I don't think there's even a comparison. And yet you whine and bitch and block the Ukrainian border about the deal, the European Union deal that has nothing to do with Ukraine. Should I actually ask a farmer about that? Maybe I should. We should be aggressive with the farmers and ask them if they shouldn't go for a day to Ukraine and try farming and try to disable mines and avoid bombs. Morgan Oddi from La Via Compensina, small farmers organization, said that for most farmers it was about income. It's about the fact that we are poor and that we want to make a decent living, Oddi said. She called on the EU to set up minimum support prices and exit free trade agreements that enable the import of cheaper foreign produce. Oh, so they want the market to be regulated, in other words. Someone's missing the Soviet style system of doing things. Forget the free market. Let's just regulate prices. We are not against climate policies, but we know that in order to do the transition, we need higher prices for products, because it costs more to produce in an ecological way, she said. I guess I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Hello. Oh, I need to take this. I guess that's true. Producing ecologically can be more expensive. Farmers also protested on Monday in Madrid, blowing whistles, ringing cowbells, and beating drums as they demanded that the EU cut red tape, and I can agree with that, definitely. Red tape is a nightmare, a useless nightmare. We'll see. We'll see what attractions we'll get tomorrow, actually. Will we get drums? Here come the drums. Will we get bottles with feces? We'll see. Here come the drums. And drop some of the CAP. The new CAP is ruining our lives, said Juan Pedro Laguna, 46. I used to work in organic fruit and vegetable production. Cow manure is like black gold. Is it? Wonder if they're gonna throw gold at us tomorrow. Roberto Rodriguez, who grows cereal and beetroots in the central province of Avila, said it was impossible to stand these rules. They want us to work on the field during the day and deal with paperwork at night. We're sick of the bureaucracy. I can agree with that. The bureaucracy must be simplified. It is a bit ridiculous. Polish farmers protesting against EU regulations and cheap food imports from Ukraine blocked a motorway at a busy border crossing with Germany on Monday and plan to protest in the Polish capital Warsaw on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, which is why I'll have to go. I have to go to the protest or strike. It's a strike. It's not a protest, it's a strike. And actually, there's a difference between a strike and a protest. Is strike a word that is used in English? Is strike even a word that is used in English? Is there a differentiation between a protest and a strike in English? Polish farmers blocked a busy motorway. Nie pozwólcie zniszczyć polskiego rolnictwa. Do not allow Polish agriculture to be destroyed. Strike, yes. Is that a thing in English nomenclature? Yes, okay. So it's gonna be a strike, as far as I know. Strike in English is specifically leaving the job site to protest. I mean, in case of the farmers, it is sort of true, isn't it? They're gonna leave their farms to protest in Warsaw. So I guess it is a strike then. It is true. They are literally leaving their jobs. I mean, I guess it is true in this case. Whatever the farmers actually do in this time of year, they are not doing it, then they're protesting. Adrian Wawrzyniak. Why should I anglify the Polish names that I can just read in Polish? I'm so silly. Why should I do that? Adrian Wawrzyniak, a spokesperson for the Solidarity Farmers Union, said that as far as he knew, there are also German farmers on the German side. The crossing is blocked from both sides. This is a show of joint solidarity. And what does never mind. Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk, which is how you're supposed to read the surname, take note, English speakers, said on Monday that farmers' problems needed fixing at the EU level. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Hey Lucy, internet is out over here. What? Okay, that's not good. At least the stream is alive. Tusk, yeah, Tusk. Not Tusk, it's Tusk. Jesus. This time of year here isn't much production by farmers unless you're in livestock, I guess. Poland is the first EU country on the border with Ukraine, but in fact it is a problem of the EU as a whole, of EU agriculture as a whole, and it should be considered in this context, he told a press conference. I mean, it is true. I mean, if everybody is protesting / striking, then clearly it is a European Union level problem. Clearly something's messed up with the policy. Clearly it has been implemented not very smartly, if it's such a shock to the system of the farmers. But again, why should Ukraine, that is fighting for its life as we speak, every minute that passes is a fight for survival for Ukraine? Why should Ukraine suffer because of a failure of European Union policy? Please answer that to me. Please answer that question. Why should Ukraine suffer for European Union's mistakes? It's pretty ridiculous, if you ask me. I think there was a speech at the March for Ukraine on the 24th. There was a whole speech, you know, and there was an ex-president of Warsaw, or mayor, if you will, and he said that sure, protest for better wages, better rules, etc., but don't do it at the expense of Ukraine. Don't do it while choking Ukraine. Don't choke out Ukraine's economy, which is pretty necessary right now to stay afloat in the war. Don't do that. Come on. Now is not the time. Ridiculous. And I find it really comical, the whole, come work with us on the field for one day and see how difficult it is, considering what Ukrainian farmers have to do to collect their crop, which is being spilled time and time again, as we're just gonna look into it for later. Ridiculous. There is a good reason why people choose not to support The Guardian. I don't care about this. Okay. So that's it. That's it when it comes to the whole protest. In Brussels and in Europe in general, I guess. Blech. And then, yeah, tomorrow, there's gonna be a big strike/protest in Warsaw. And we're gonna be there. We're gonna be there to check it out in person. With my trusty recording apparatus. It's gonna be something else, isn't it? It's gonna be epic. Sorry. It's gonna be great. And then I'm gonna talk about it and show you the footage. Are you excited? Are you excited for tomorrow? Tomorrow is gonna be fun, I think. I don't know. So we have a plan. We have a plan for tomorrow. Now I don't even have to go to the border anymore. The border has come to me. I was talking about going to the border, but now the border has decided to come to me. Perfect. Perfect. We're gonna... Perfect. That is perfect. The border has come to me. Physical therapy. That is good. But now we're gonna look at something else. Because this is getting so out of hand that it's not even comical. Well, it's never been comical, but now it's just became gross. Well, it's always been gross. Oh. Should get it as fast as possible. Like, it's hard for me to... It is really... It's really difficult for me to sympathize with the farmers who say, oh, come to us to work on the field and see how tough we've got it. When literally just now 160 tons of grain has been spilled from the train in Poland. And it wasn't even the grain entering Poland's market or anything like that. It was just grain that was in transit through Germany to some other countries. So it wasn't even about to enter the market. There's a lot of speculation as to what happened here. That it wasn't actually even the farmers that did it. That this is like an outright Russian operation. That this is like an outright Russian operation and the making. You know? We're gonna take a look at this. It's a shame. Tons of Ukrainian grain is destroyed. Tons are destroyed. Tons of Ukrainian grain are destroyed in Poland. Although that sentence feels weird to me. It's a shame. Tons of Ukrainian grain are destroyed in Poland. It is a shame that Ukrainian grain from trains continue to be destroyed. It is a shame that Ukrainian grain from trains continues to be destroyed in Poland. The fourth cause of impunity and irresponsibility. How long will the government and Polish police allow this vandalism to continue? Here, too, all these agricultural products are transported in sealed wagons and are in transit to other countries. We strictly adhere to the laws. Yeah, to the laws of the embargo. Grain has not been entering Poland for a long time. Keep that in mind when discussing the protest and farmers' demands. Well, the farmers are not the farmers people think about from before. They are not part of the peasantry, but the petite bourgeoisie, essentially. Ukraine grain and corn transports are very important for the national economy, which is fueling the war effort to defeat the invaders, just so you know. Look at all that grain. Look at it. All spilled. Ridiculous. And there are many other ridiculous things going on. Let me see. Let's see a video of the spilled grain to sort of to get a picture. Maybe on X I'll find a video. Jesus Christ. Where is... There we go. 160 tons of Ukrainian grain deliberately spilled in Poland after backlash against cheap imports. The police is apparently looking into it. There you go. We have photos. Is there a video? I know there is a video somewhere around this. I know there's a video. Pretty sure there's a video. Ukrainian grain covers the ground by railway line near the village of Kotomierz in northern Poland after being removed from freight carriages. Look at this. Look at this. Pretty wild, isn't it? Poland says opens probe into grain spilled it. Where's the video? There we go. Found the video. There we have it. found the video. Is there sound? The sound? So as you can see, a lot of grain has been spilled for no reason as well, because there's never been a valid reason to spill grain, but this is just plain idiotic. This is so idiotic and so nonsensical that the only logical conclusion is that it's outright a Russian operation to undermine Ukrainian economy. Because how would farmers even find this train in the middle of nowhere in Poland, transiting to Germany to send the grain somewhere else still? Like, this is, none of it was even to stay in a European market at all. And now it's all completely spilled. So forgive me for having little sympathy for farmers that cry and tell officials from the European Union, oh, come and work with us for a day. You'll see how much we struggle. You'll see how tough it is. And then they do this to Ukrainian farmers, because farmer solidarity is one big bullshit scam. Suddenly the farmer solidarity ends, even though I would say that at the very least Ukrainian farmers suffer 10 times more than the European ones, or more. Because, I don't know, the European farmers don't face death every single day while trying to get their crop. How are you gonna cry about regulation and how tough it is to be a farmer and then do this? Although, to be fair, nobody knows who did it yet. A lot of people say that it was there was actually Russian sabotage, but we don't know. We don't know. So far, the people doing the spilling have been the farmers, so... And this is just bigger scale, so I'm not sure why but then again, this is like in the middle of nowhere. How would the farmers even find this? The police is supposedly investigating this to see what's up with this whole New West. This is the biggest sort of sabotage since the start of the invasion. A few football hooligans. Damn. That's a lot of work for a few football hooligans, I will say. Who'll say that much? That's a lot of work for a few hooligans. And of course, Poland takes the proud title of having been the stage for the biggest act of sabotage since the start of the full-scale invasion, because of course, Poland. I don't know. I have nothing to do with farmers. I have nothing to do with agriculture, but I still feel this weird sense of shame that this sort of thing is happening. It is shameful, ridiculous, horrible. As Shakespeare said, this is not subsistence farming with little a bit extra. On average, there are landlords who are lord of fancy machines that cost as much as a house each, and paid workers as well. A rogue Polish military? No, I don't think so. Doesn't make sense for the farmers to do it. Russia has bigger incentive to weaken Ukrainian farmers. Like, it doesn't make any sense, because this grain was not to stay in Poland or in the European Union at all. It was supposed to go, transit to Germany and then out to the world. So it also actually deprived food from people that really needed this act of sabotage. Pretty wild stuff. And while we're on the subject again, there's more ridiculousness, because in Poland the ridiculousness never ends. It just escalates endlessly. This one's I'm gonna read in Polish. Jesus. I think I have it on X. In my likes. Let me see. Because this is... Jesus Christ. Why is Poland... Why does Poland have to be like this? Why is Poland like this? What is Poland's problem? Seriously? Why is Poland... Why are you like this? What is wrong with you? And once you see what I'm talking about, you're gonna be just as flabbergasted as I am when I find it. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, not bad word. Okay, I'm gonna try to Google it. Jesus Christ, where is that thing? Oh, there we go. Found it. Thank God. Okay. So, things have become, because it's Poland, things get pretty ridiculous. Jesus Christ. So the farmers, I guess, have taken over the infrastructure, and the police is not only helpless, but the police is actually asking... I'm just gonna translate this tweet thing, because it just illustrates, I don't know, this is so Polish. What's happening here is so quintessentially Polish that let's look. As a Polish policeman, is sort of negotiating with some leader, with some farmer leader through a radio. How much trucks can they let through? They're negotiating with the farmers, asking, hey, how many trucks can we actually let through the border? Americans, which are stationed on the airport in Rzeszów and are loading and are sort of taking out shipments with weapons for Ukraine, are just grabbing their heads in disbelief that police people are sort of asking, so how many trucks can we sort of pass? They think of Afghanistan, where together with Polish military, they held big cities like Kabul, Kandahar, and Mazar-e-Sharif, and the rest of the terrain were Talibans on the border with Pakistan. The difference was that in a super corrupt government of Hamid Karzai, there was not a single Taliban. And the minister and the vice minister of Polish agriculture is Michał Kołodziejczak. 3 days ago, the Prime Minister Donald Tusk has announced that in a few hours the whole problem will be solved. And the government, instead of just telling the protesters on the border to disperse, decided to add the border to the critical infrastructure. Because just a few weeks ago, there was legislature that sort of there was a new legislator that put critical infrastructure under a special protection. That was just a few weeks ago. It was mainly criticized for forbidding to take photos of critical infrastructure. And for now, we are on the stage of just thinking of different resorts and consultations, and for now it's all just planning, doing special, like planning the signs with a crossed out camera, and then there will be a special contest for people that will do the thing. So it's all sort of stuck in place. I tell you that the border will keep being a place outside of the control of Warsaw, at least the local elections. And the spilling of 160 tons of transit grain means that the Polish government does not really control the train tracks either. Adding the border to the critical infrastructure by Prime Minister Donald Tusk did not change anything. The opposite, the farmers, as an act of, I don't know, vengeance. No, not vengeance. Come on. As an act of retaliation, have actually lowered the amount of vehicles that can pass the borders. And right now, trucks with priority items have to wait in line for 9 days. Hello, Chilpoli. Trucks with priority items have to wait in a line, in a queue for 9 days. And here we go. There's a video of like a policeman doing negotiations, asking how many trucks can be let through. How many?
Krytycznej na chwilę obecną w żaden sposób nie polepszyło sytuacji na polską.
So as of right now, adding the border to the critical infrastructure has not made the situation any better
Ukraińskiej granicy.
on the Ukrainian border.
Można powiedzieć nawet, że sytuacja się pogorszyła, bo
You could even say that the situation has gotten worse
polscy rolnicy w odwecie
because in retaliation, the farmers
zmniejszyli przepustowość do
have decreased the sort of flow on the border
jednej ciężarówki na godzinę
to 1 truck per hour
na wszystkich przejściach
on all border crossings.
granicznych.
Ja wiem, że jest wam ciężko,
I know that you have it hard,
ale sytuacja jest taka, dostałem informację,
but the situation is that I've gotten information
że zmniejszyli do jednego.
that they've lowered it to 1.
Ale teraz rolnicy solidarni na wszystkich granicach
But now farmers so like sort of together on all borders in solidarity.
mówili się i powiedzieli, że będzie jechał.
They said that it will go.
Jeden,
One truck.
tak?
Yes?
Poczekajcie, dajcie mi sekundę, bo dzwonił
Sekundę, one moment, give me a second.
teraz do mnie protestujący, tylko ja
A protester is calling me. This is... How do I react to this? Come on.
dojechałem i zapytam się, czy coś zwiększy.
And now I'm gonna ask him, the protester, if there's an increase in the amount of trucks that are allowed to go through.
Czy coś zwiększył, czy zostaje jeden?
Or if it's just 1 per hour. This is peak Polishness and is being on display for the world to see. Peak Polishness. I swear.
Tylko na jednym z parkingów przy drodze prowadzącej do przejścia w Korczowej
Only one parking, like on the way to Korchovo.
zgromadziło się aż 340 ciężarówek z
340 trucks have gathered
ładunkiem priorytetowym,
with priority cargo.
tak zwane ADR. Kierowcy przewożący łatwo psującą się żywność
And the truckers that are carrying easily spoilable food
oczekują w kolejce powyżej 9 dni, aby
okay, so people that carry food that is easily spoilable have to wait for 9 days in a queue. Jesus Christ.
aby wyjechać z Polski. W tym
To leave Poland.
przypadku można powiedzieć, że rolnicy sami blokują swoich kolegów,
In this case, you could very well say that the farmers are blocking their own colleagues.
których towary eksportowane są do Ukrainy.
So the farmers are actually blocking their own colleagues whose produce are being exported to Ukraine. It spoils easy and they have to wait 9 days in a queue. Make it make sense. The farmers are blocking the produce of their own colleagues. Please make it make sense. So what is it about in the end? Is it about farmers? I don't know. What is it supposed to be about? It feels like the only party that is benefiting from this is Russia. Oh yeah, by the way, while we're speaking of grain, 15% apparently of grain flooding the European market is Russian. Russian grain is flooding the market of the European Union and nobody cares. Nobody is making us think about it. No, it's for a very interesting reason. Only the grain coming from Ukraine is being lambasted. I wonder why. I mean, I guess I can agree here. Where's this point? For once, we can see eye to eye.
Jak widać, państwo polskie pozostawiło nadzór nad obiektami
It seems like the Polish government has left, has left the critical infrastructure in charge
infrastruktury krytycznej protestującym
of the protesting farmers. The protesting farmers are now administering the critical infrastructure and making the border a part of the critical infrastructure was there to not allow people to protest there. So it did nothing. It did nothing. Oh, sorry. No, it made the situation worse. Is this reality or just fantasy? How can the Polish government be so useless? Oh, I guess one of the answers is the local elections that are upcoming, but come on. Come the heck on.
rolnikom. I to oni wydają dyspozycję policji, jakiego rodzaju towary mogą przejeżdżać przez granicę, a które mogą ulec.
And they will make a ruling as to which produce can pass the border and which
Zepsuciu.
can just rot. Which produce can just be allowed to rot. It is for the, I guess, Polish farmers to decide, the protesters or the administrators.
No już jestem. Słuchaj, jaka jest ostateczna decyzja na tą chwilę? Dobra. A ile tych ADR-ów by mogło jechać? Dużo jest ADR-ów? Ile? 340. Tutaj na młynach samych jest 340.
Wait a minute, we're gonna...
Na tą chwilę.
Policji, jakiego rodzaju towary mogą przejeżdżać przez granicę, a które mogą ulec zepsuciu.
No już jestem. Słuchaj, jaka jest
So I'm here.
ostateczna decyzja na tą
What's the final decision
chwilę?
at the moment?
Dobra.
Sure, gotcha.
A ile tych ADR-ów by mogło jechać?
And how many of trucks with critical cargo can go through?
Dużo jest ADR-ów?
Do we have a lot of critical cargo trucks?
Ile? 340.
340. I cannot believe this is happening. I cannot believe this sort of negotiation is taking place. Like, this is so surreal. This is so unbelievable. For fuck's sake. Poland. Come on. Wake up, Poland. Wake up from your slumber.
Tutaj na młynach samych jest 340.
Oh, here alone there are 340 trucks with critical cargo. With priority cargo.
Czekaj, a ile
Wait.
stoi najdłużej?
And how many of them are standing the longest or waiting the longest?
Ile dni? Plus minus. Najdłużej stoi 9 dni.
They have to wait for 9 days at the longest.
I kończy, tak, i tam przekaż, że się kończy już w agregatach z chłodni też paliwa,
And tell them that
to łatwo psującą
it's easily spoilable food.
żywnością.
So, to summarize, Donald Tusk's decision to add the border to critical infrastructure was supposed to remedy the situation. We were supposed to see an improvement, a big improvement. But instead, we've seen a worsening of the situation, and also how much should I donate right now? You decide. Oh my gosh. You're putting me on the spot. What if I say $300? What would you say to that? $300. I'm feeling ridiculous. I'm feeling unreasonable today. But I'm going to a protest tomorrow. I'm going to a strike. I'm going to be putting my life on the... No, it's going to be a peaceful protest, allegedly. I don't know how much you should donate. I don't know. As much as you can. Help me. Help me make money. Help me make ends meet. Please. Help me make ends meet. Okay? Help me. Please help me. Please. Please. Please help me. I don't have that much. You get $20. Okay, I'll take the $20. I'll take the $20. Thank you. I will risk my life and limb for $20 tomorrow. I have to prepare. Where was I? Ah, yes. The farmers, the protesters have been put as administrators. Administrators of the critical infrastructure. Only in Poland such a development could be possible. A helpless police person asking, so how many trucks can you let through with critical cargo? Oh, one per... Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I understand. You've got it tough. Yeah. Yeah. Poland. You get this much. Thank you. Well, it's more than you promised. It's more than 20. So thank you. It's more than $20. So thank you. So we're living in a bizarro world. We are living in a bizarro world. Okay? And while this is happening, while critical cargo is being blocked, while the border is being still blocked, even though critical infrastructure, apparently a dud, even though the farmers basically sabotage fellow farmers because the food spoils and cannot be exported to Ukraine. Even though at the same time the US still is blocking aid. There's one party, one group that is just super happy about what's happening. There's one group that is so happy about what's happening. So happy, in fact, that they're discussing their options. They're discussing how can they capitalize on their current advantage. You know? It's wild. Unironically. What is happening? For God's sake, what is happening with my account? YouTube's been acting up lately, I noticed. hard for me not to notice that YouTube has been acting up. So there's one group that's been very happy with what's happening. And you know who that is. You all know who that is. It's Russia. Yes, spoiler alert. It's Russia. And so the pundits have been discussing
Это
here.
важная репутационная
How can they capitalize on this window of weakness, on this window of opportunity? For farmers mainly growing grain, it's the slow time of year. And if people believe, rightly or wrongly, that they are going to be negatively affected, they can make time to strike. Warning, this is misinformation. I'm gonna watch pundits discuss how to use
Это
this
важная
this time window of opportunity to push into Ukraine. In a reputational sense, this is important for Ukraine.
репутационная история для Украины, что самый
The biggest fortified area that was a threat to Donetsk
крупный укрепрайон, который угрожал Донецку, он сейчас
was liquidated.
у украинцев ликвидирован. С другой
On the other hand, we shouldn't overestimate it.
стороны, не нужно его и переоценивать. К сожалению, от Авдеевки до
I mean, yeah, you shouldn't. You've lost more soldiers than, I don't know, 10 years in Afghanistan or something. So yeah, I agree, pundit. You shouldn't overestimate it. True. True and real. You shouldn't. Definitely not. All things considered. Thank you, Malaki, for giving me some for the protest fund. Thank you.
Вашингтона пока далеко.
Unfortunately, Avdiivka is ways away from Washington. What? What the fuck? Oh my god. The pundits in Russia never fail to disappoint me with entertainment. Unfortunately, Avdiivka is ways away from Washington. Okay. Okay, my man. Okay, dude. God. This is just...
А вы прям туда пойдем?
Are we going there? This is a comedy show, I swear. As always, the Russian... We going there? Oh my god. We needed some levity.
Ну мы же вроде как по
According to the statements of our leaders,
заявлениям наших руководителей
we're fighting against NATO. So maybe we are going there. Maybe we are going straight to Washington. That's pretty ghoulish. It is. We are fighting against NATO.
боремся с НАТО, в общем-то, да, посредством
In an indirect way on the territory of Ukraine.
на территории Украины. И поэтому здесь нужно понимать.
We should understand that for the Russian army, which had more losses than 10 years in Afghanistan,
Сейчас самая лучшая ситуация для российской армии
it's the best situation since the start of the spec mill op. It's the best situation since the start of the special military operation. That is so pathetic. That is the most pathetic thing. That the only way for the Russian army to have the best situation since the beginning of the war is if the US cuts aid, if Ukraine has a critical shortage of munition. That is so pathetic. Like, that the Russian army cannot win on its own, sort of, you know? That it cannot sort of gain ground on its own. No, it actually, the West has to assist Russia in its victory by denying Ukraine aid. Because that's what it is at the end of the day. US not giving aid to Ukraine is aiding Russia, as we can clearly see from the statements here. It's the best situation since the start of the special military operation. Thank you. House Speaker. Mike Johnson, was it?
с начала СВО. Почему? Потому что
Why? Because Ukraine is retreating. There is no money.
Украина отступает, денег нету.
There are problems with mobilization. Well, that's a bit more complicated with the mobilization thing. It just takes time.
Проблемы с мобилизацией. Вопрос, как будет
So how will this window of opportunity be used? The fact that this window of opportunity even exists, it's like remarkably horrible.
использовано это окно возможностей. Какая тактика у
What is Russia's tactic? I think that it is as follows.
России? Я думаю, что тактика
Shell-starved. Shell-starved by fellow GOP. Which reminds me, again, I will plead with you to contact your local representatives and do anything you can possibly do to pressure them for aid for Ukraine if you're in the US. This is critical. This is pretty critical, as you can see. What is Russia's tactic? I think that it is as follows.
такая.
Simultaneously with our military successes,
Параллельно с военными успехами мы слышим, как наш
we hear our president repeating over and over again,
президент вновь и вновь повторяет: мы готовы к
we are ready for a resolution of the conflict.
урегулированию конфликта. Сейчас
Yeah, we're ready for a pause that will allow us to rebuild our forces and try again. Right now, the goal is to force Ukrainians
задача продавить украинцев на то, чтобы они поняли,
to understand that the resistance is futile
что сопротивление бесполезно, и отдали все миру.
and peaceably hand everything over. That is basically what Russia means when they are talking about peace. Take note, all the people that are saying that Ukraine should just negotiate. Take notes. Paul's ego. I'm being really specific here, but yes, take notes. All people that say Ukraine should just, negotiate. They should not, endless war. Yeah,
И вот на это, на то, чтобы
that is what Russia wants. Just
они
you
поняли,
know,
что сопротивление бесполезно, и отдали все
just negotiate and peacefully hand everything over. That's the key, isn't it? Just let's go for peace.
миром. И вот на это, мне кажется, в Кремле делают ставку.
I believe that the Kremlin is betting on this.
Что я не верится мне в такую резкую
Ivan Trushkin. I don't believe this will suddenly happen.
приход адекватности
На
в
то,
Киеве.
что Украина
I doubt that the Kremlin is betting
отдаст все миром, я сомневаюсь, что в Кремле делают.
that Ukraine will peaceably hand it all over. Like, what sort of an idiot would? I mean, there are many people in the West that are pushing for it, certainly, by saying that Ukraine should just negotiate. Or even Ben Shapiro, that outright said that the US should force Ukraine to negotiate. And we see what kind of negotiation Russia is in favor for. Or just Ukraine should just, peaceably hand it all over. That's the sort of negotiation Russia is looking for. Amazing. Really, really a win-win situation. That would be great for Ukraine. To just peaceably hand everything over. That is an amazing idea. People should look more like to the Russian perspective to see what it actually is and maybe wake up a little bit.
Ставка, потому что люди там трезвые, они
Because these are sober-minded people.
прекрасно понимают, что при любой ситуации ни Зеленский,
They understand.
ни другой. Трезвые, они прекрасно понимают, что при любой
They understand that in any scenario,
ситуации ни Зеленский, ни
neither Zelensky or any other Ukrainian leader
другой руководитель Украины никогда не
will ever say to their troops,
скажет своим войскам: мы уходим из города Запорожье.
we are leaving Zaporozhye and giving it to Russians. Why would he? Like, why would any sane leader just give up land to Russia, knowing what Russia does in occupation lands? Bucha, for example. Like, why? Are you kidding me?
Отдаем это
Ну, не
русским.
Зеленский, конечно.
Definitely not Zelensky.
Ну, я сказал, любой другой. Это
As I said, neither would any other leader.
Политическая смерть раз.
Hey, we have to eliminate all leaders. We have to eliminate the whole Ukrainian leadership. Ukraine cannot have leadership because any Ukrainian leader will just, they're not gonna hand us over stuff. That's unacceptable. It would mean their political death.
И два, это вызовет серьезный внутренний бунт. Это можно только...
And cause a significant internal revolt, which is ironic considering all things considered how the political landscape in Russia looks like.
Забрать силы.
It can only be taken by force. Oh, see, so actually they would love for Ukraine to hand over everything peacefully, but they actually know that the only way for them is conquest. So there you go. Conquest is the only way for Russia.
К сожалению, таковы исторические примеры.
Unfortunately, this is the historic precedent. Yeah, that does seem to be the historic precedent for Russia, doesn't it? That it is forced to take everything by force. Right? Chechnya, like Georgia, Ukraine, in the past Poland as well. It's just, it's an unfortunate historical precedent. Russia is just being basically historically has been forced to invade and take over other countries. Russian pundits, Russian TV pundits. It's just, it's unfortunate, isn't it? An unfortunate historic precedent that Russia just needs, like those other stubborn countries, they will just not give their stuff peacefully. They're just not hand stuff over peacefully, and so there is this necessity to just invade and take it all by force. It's a very unfortunate historical precedent.
Петров III много не бывает, скажем так.
There can't be many like Peter III.
И
It is true. This situation creates a window of opportunity.
В этой ситуации действительно абсолютно правильно создается у нас некое окно возможностей, которое позволит
That would allow us to conduct a tandem operation.
нам делать, по всей видимости, тандемную операцию. С одной стороны,
On one hand, conduct an offensive, which unfortunately they are conducting, and even if you have the best troops in the universe, they will not be able to do anything if they don't have the means to fight, ammunition, weapons.
действительно вести наступление. И второй тренд
On the other hand, conduct negotiations. But the question is with whom? With whom do you want to conduct the negotiations? That is a pretty critical question. Is it going to be with Ukrainians or with somebody else?
это действительно ведение переговоров, по крайней мере, предложение.
At least proposing negotiations, but not to Ukraine. Not to Ukraine.
Переговоров, но не Украине, американцам.
To Americans. See? Ukrainian is not even an entity to sit at the table of negotiations. No. It's not Ukrainians that are going to be negotiating. It's the Americans. The Americans and the Russians are going to be basically partitioning Ukraine, which also partitioning countries seems to be an unfortunate precedent for Russia. Historical precedent.
Крупнейшие американские биржи
America's biggest betting exchanges are taking bets
ставок, они принимают ставки, какой следующий
Да ладно, они
город.
принимают-
as to which city is the next to be liberated by Russia. This is... Thank you, GOP. Thank you for giving Russia this window of opportunity. That is so wonderful of you.
Ставки на все.
ВТФ принимает ставки, какой следующий город Россия
Their favorites are Kherson and Zaporizhia.
освободит.
Правда?
Фавориты Херсон и Запорожье.
Цинично.
Наименьший
Kiev is considered to be the least likely.
вариант Киев. Наименьший шанс.
At least this is what I saw today.
По крайней мере, я такой скрин сегодня
До Краматорска
видел.
зайти еще.
You'd have to get to Krematorsk first.
Дойдем, Андрей Иванович, вы не волнуйтесь.
We will get there, don't you worry. that is nice that they can be speaking like that because, again, keep in mind, Russian forces are not able to gain victories on their own. No, actually, they need support from the West. They need Ukrainian forces to be sufficiently starved in order to be able to conduct an offensive.
Найдем.
Мы не знаем,
This is infuriating, actually.
где Россия готова остановиться.
We don't know where Russia is willing to stop.
А никто не знает.
А соответственно, и, так сказать, база для
Пусть
переговоров.
Let them be tormented.
мучаются. Пусть мучаются.
Yeah, let them be tormented.
Гадают, где же Россия остановится?
Let them suffer trying to guess where Russia will stop. This is so messed up. This is... Before when I was talking about the grain, about the protest of the Polish farmers, I said it was peak Polishness. This is peak Russia.
Есть
Пусть
программа
спят
минимум
Знаете, как анекдот про
You know, like that joke about the Jews.
евреев,
регионов,
которые
восстановление
там-
границ.
Так, тихо,
The joke about the Jews. Quiet, hold on, I can't hear anything.
подождите, я не
границы,
слышу.
конечно.
Ну, в общем, да, все,
И всё.
Well, everyone can be tormented to no end.
все могут мучиться сколько
Да.
угодно, но без вот этих
But you can't predict anything not knowing that.
знаний предсказывать и тем более
Не надо ничего
оценивать
предсказать. А скажите, пожалуйста,
перспективы переговоров
We've spoken about political and military perspectives.
а вот если,
невозможно.
как бы это сказать, вот политические, да,
How about on a domestic level?
военные там некие итоги. А у вас была возможность,
Did you have any contacts in recent days?
так вот скажем, бытовые какие-то, ну, все-таки, может быть, были какие-то
What does the population say? I wonder if we'll get a very real, very sort of objective, sort of. Yeah, we're about to learn what the population truly thinks and says.
какие-то контакты за последние дни. Население что говорит?
The
Население
population is unquestionably tired.
на самом деле устало,
А то у
безусловно.
Андрея Владимировича всегда...
На-
The population is still afraid of the mobilization.
Население
Oh, I mean, I can agree with that.
по-прежнему боится мобилизации, население устало.
The population is tired.
Они вообще знают про
I mean, I would say that about Russia, actually.
Авдеевку, что-нибудь, что сводят?
Do they even know about Avdiivka?
Знают, конечно.
Знают, да?
Of course they know about it.
Ну,
Знают,
не знаю,
конечно.
мало ли там кто.
Вот.
The population is very afraid.
Но население
Which population? Russian or Ukrainian?
очень боится.
Afraid of whom? Or what? Of NATO?
Боится чего? Или кого?
Боится,
Нас или
боится
местных?
говорить.
They are afraid to speak up.
А, ну, значит, это и своих
Вот,
боятся.
So they are afraid of their own. That has to be about Russia, right? This has to be about... That sounds like they're describing the population of Russia, and ironically, are they supposed to be talking about Ukraine? What is happening? I'm confused here. I'm in a state of confusion.
Боится
I'm in a state of Confucius.
говорить, своих боится.
Yes, afraid to speak up, afraid of their own. Pfft. Jesus. So there you have it. The one party, the one group that is in fact very jolly, very giddy about what's happening with the protests in the European Union, which, let's not pretend that it's not a destabilizing factor during this war. Let's not pretend that a Europe-wide protest of farmers is not some sort of destabilizing element and that Russia is not extremely happy that it's happening. And, of course, the freezing of aid to Ukraine in the United States. Yeah, of course. Of course, the Russian pundits are gonna happily wonder how they can capitalize such a window of opportunity. And it's all thanks to, well, you all know what it's all about. Great. Aren't you happy? Aren't you happy to live in such interesting times? Aren't you grateful? Aren't you feeling grateful about living in such extremely interesting times? Isn't it the best feeling in the world? Oh yeah, there's also one other thing. A thing that I've been talking about. The moment I saw this, I knew I would have to sort of talk about it, because that's been a thing that's been on my mind, on the mind of many people for, generally speaking, for years now. Since, God, when did I go to that conference? The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust. Let me look it up. When was this? Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. No, wait. I have to find this event. When was it? When did I take part in this? Okay, I cannot find it. Oh, wait. I found it. Yeah, it's here. You're kidding. You're kidding. It's been so long ago. You're joking. Holy crap. So in June, on the 27th to 28th of June 2023, there was a certain conference in Polin Museum. It was called The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust. Okay? June 2023. A 2-day conference talking about various genocides, how the slogan of never again has been a wash, how it's been a waste of time, that nothing has improved in that area. And there were several speakers talking about various situations in the world right now, and talking how they relate to basically us not learning the lessons of the Holocaust, of the Shoah. Okay? And one of the speakers was talking about specifically the genocide in Ukraine. The genocidal war led by the Russian government against the Ukrainian people. And at that time, still, there were people who were skeptical. I met the person before he was about to speak. We talked for a second. I told him at one point, well, I personally think that what's happening in Ukraine is a genocide. And his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Oh, I get it. I get it. You're an Ukrainian. You're from Ukraine. I get it." I was like, no, I'm not. And the person was like, oh, well, unfortunately, whether or not we treat it as a genocide depends on the definition that we will use. But I do agree with you that what's happening in Ukraine constitutes a genocide. And then the speaker would say how we have a certain misunderstanding when it comes, well, not we, like there's this misconception in the general consciousness as to what a genocide is, as to what it means when a genocide is being conducted, and that our minds create the picture of the Holocaust, of the goal to eliminate the entire group completely, usually through means such as the gas chambers, etc., like this factory-like killing of a people. That is what people usually think when they hear genocide. And it's even like, even in discourse, in regular discourse, when somebody makes a claim of genocide, they meet with a response of, "Oh, so you think the X group is just going to be taken to the camps then? Is that your claim? That these people are just going to be rounded up and taken to the camps?" Right? That is basically the image that people have. And the truth is that genocides take different forms. They all of them look different. All of them sort of take different roads. And the speaker argued that in the case of the genocide in Ukraine, we are dealing with a type of genocide that regular people are not used to. That, of course, Russia's goal is not to eliminate 40 million people plus. That's not the goal. The goal is not to destroy 40 million people. The goal is, however, as it was before, there was an example given, and I will give the same example. The goal is to do the genocide in 2 steps, because the goal of this genocide is to eliminate the Ukrainian nation. So there are 2 steps to this. One is the elimination of the elite, of the intelligentsia, of the higher sort of this group that sort of pushes, drives culture, language, these sort of things, right? And the other is to sort of prune through the general population, to traumatize it to the extent to which the will to resist, the will to sort of cling to the identity will be basically erased. Right? That is the goal of this sort of thing. And it has been done before. The Holodomor is a prime example of this sort of policy, where the peasants were starved to death en masse in order to terrorize them and traumatize them to the fact that they would no longer be Ukrainian. They would be Soviet people now. And the elites of the Soviet Ukraine Communist Party would be accused of treason and sent to the gulags. The destruction of the intelligentsia as well as the party elite, the political elite. It would be destroyed in order to facilitate the creation of the destruction of the Ukrainian nationalist and replacing him with the docile Soviet man that would do everything for the state and for the good of the broader Soviet Union. And so basically we have a repeat of that. Russia wants to mold Ukrainians into Russians who will just meekly be subservient to the Russian state. The playbook is the same. although many people don't seem to understand that. Many people, the further west you go, the more people are having problems grasping this concept. All right? This is like sort of the entry point as to what we are talking about. And now, more and more sort of bodies, people are recognizing that actually, yes, what is happening here is a genocide. There's even a whole Wikipedia page now. Allegation of genocide of Ukrainians in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which makes me glad that this sort of thing is happening. Right? Like many people have known for a long time now, and it's just, I'm glad that more and more are waking up to this, or waking up to this fact that there's a genocidal war happening. React. February 2023. Graphic content. The photographers speak for themselves. Putin's monstrous war continues, and the photographs on display here demonstrate the justifiable cause for revulsion across the democratic world. This is like victims of the Bucha massacre of 2022, created on 6th of April 2022. Uploaded 24th February 2023. To Bucha victims. Kyiv after Russian shelling, October 2022. Under the 1948 Genocide Convention, genocide requires both genocidal intent to destroy in whole or in part, and acts carried out to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. With that intent, the acts can be any of A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to the members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. For example, bombing cities every single day, organizing bombing campaigns every single day to create conditions in which people are not able to live normally. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. So, bombing hospitals and maternal wards. That has been a thing since basically the beginning of the war. Hospitals being bombed, and kindergartens for that matter. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, which is a whole huge topic in this war. Children being kidnapped, children being taken from orphanages, children in occupied areas being taken for 2-week vacations only to be, shipped to Crimea and said, you don't want to return to Ukraine, you want to stay here, you're gonna get an apartment and a lot of money. I've seen a documentary recently about the kidnapped children and the lengths to which the parents of the children went to get them back. And there are many thousands of children still kidnapped, still not home. So that is a huge, huge topic. That is one of the biggest arguments to the fact that what is happening is genocide. That is one of the crown arguments as to the fact that Russia is waging a genocidal war against Ukraine. Punishable acts include genocide and also complicity in an attempt, conspiracy, or incitement to commit genocide, which also is something that has been done by Russia. Incitement, genocidal language, dehumanization. Actually, dehumanization is something that has been just happening lately, and we're gonna go back to that as well. Dehumanization. Excellent. And parties to the convention have an obligation to prevent and suppress them. War crimes in the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, and there are many still that we don't know of in the occupied areas. There are certain areas in occupied Ukraine that nobody has access to. Nobody has information what's going on there. So we will probably discover a lot of additional victims. We will discover a lot of mass executed people. It's inevitable. We will discover a lot more travesty. A civilian car with bullet holes on the outskirts of Irpin in the Kyiv Oblast shot civilians in a basement in one of Bucha's homes. There are many other places like this, with torture chambers, sexual assault chambers. There has been a whole report. We're gonna take a look at this, because this is also one of the bricks sort of that sexual assault, as we've discussed in a debate that I've had recently about genocide, is one of the tools used in genocide, rapes, sexual assault, making sure that women will not be able to give birth to the offspring of the group. And let me see. No, I postponed Hungary. I postponed Hungary for till you return. I just did different things. I saved Hungary for when you are here. The Pilecki Institute. Let's go. So one of the tools of genocide is unquestionably sexual assault. And just recently, within the last few days, the Pilecki Institute in Warsaw has compiled a huge comprehensive report of sexual assault on Ukrainian women. My pleasure. Of sexual assault on Ukrainian women by Russian occupational forces. Whether you like it or not, Suffer, My Beauty, is the title of the report. Unpunished crimes, sexual violence of the Russian occupational forces against Ukrainian women. This is the report. We're going to take a brief look at this report. I'm just going to make sure it doesn't have any... Okay, it should be safe to sort of take a brief look at without the stream getting axed. Report. Like it or not, Suffer, My Beauty. We're publishing a report prepared by the center team of documenting the crimes of Russians in Ukraine by the name of Rafał Lemkin, which works alongside the Pilecki Institute. So there's like this whole group that is tasked with documenting Russian crimes, and their latest report is on the sexual assault of Ukrainian women. It is really a shame that this report is apparently only available in Polish as of right now. The report, which you can download on this page, contains testimonies of women which suffered from sexual assault regarding this conflict. in its different phases during the full-scale invasion, which began on February 2022, and of course earlier stages starting from 2014, because this war has been going on for 10 years. It might have been not a full-scale conflict, but Ukraine has been fighting for 10 years. This report contains testimonies of 60 witnesses. Among them are 42 women who were victims of sexual assault and were victims of violence based on their sex, gender, and 11 women who were witnesses to that violence. There were 22 women imprisoned. 11 women were victims of rape on the occupied territories. The report also contains testimonies of 8 men who were witnesses of sexual assault based on gender. And this report, compiled in 2022, from 2022 to 2024, has been prepared in the Polish language as well as the Ukrainian language, and will be widely available. The illustrations are pretty powerful, by the way. We can show them. I don't think they're pretty, they're very expressive, but they are not TOS, I would say. Yes, I am 18. The Center of Documenting Russian Crimes in Ukraine, by the name of Rafał Lemkin, in short, the Lemkin Institute, was created by the Lemkin Institute in the first day of the full-scale aggression of the Russian Federation on Ukraine in 2022. The mission of this group is to gather testimonies of the civilian population in order to sort of create this tangible resource, this tangible body of evidence of the crimes committed by the Russian forces, for the world to never forget what transpired and what is transpiring during this war in Ukraine. The gathered testimonies will be used as material for scientists, reporters, and all of this in order to ingrain this horrible crime in collective memory. The Lemkin Center right now has 843 testimonies, written testimonies, which were gathered in 80 different centers of temporary stay for refugees, 828 video sort of testimonies, which includes 648 conversation registered in 11 regions of Ukraine, and 180 conversations recorded in Poland. The written testimonies are sort of boosted or, augmented by 2,500 photographs and video materials. So this is like another thing, right? Another element to the genocide. Legislative recognition. Let's see. React. On 33rd of March 2022, the Sejm of Poland adopted a resolution on the commission by Russia of war crimes against humanity and violations of human rights on the territory of Ukraine. In accordance with the resolution, Poland condemned acts of genocide and other violations of international law committed by Russian troops on the territory of Ukraine. The resolution states that these crimes were committed in the orders on the orders of military commander-in-chief President Vladimir Putin. On the 14th of April 2022, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine adopted a resolution on the commission of genocide in Ukraine by the Russian Federation, in which the actions of the Russian troops and the Russian leadership in Ukraine are recognized as genocide of the Ukrainian people. In accordance with the statement of the Rada on the resolution, acts of genocide by Russia included mass atrocities committed by Russian troops in the temporarily occupied territories, systematic cases of the deliberate killings of civilians, mass deportations of the civilian population, the transfer of displaced Ukrainian children into the education system of the Russian Federation, seizure and targeted destruction of economic infrastructure facilities, systemic actions of the Russian Federation designed for the gradual destruction of the Ukrainian people. In June 2022, a bipartisan group in the United States Congress introduced a resolution characterizing Russian actions in Ukraine as genocide, and in July, the US Senate did so, but neither has been agreed as of November 2022. Countries which recognize the ongoing events in Ukraine as genocide: Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine. Partial recognition, not approved as law: Canada, Czech Republic, Ireland, Poland. Poland should get on this and approve it together with Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. To me, it's pretty silly that it still has not. Body bags with killed civilians in them in Bucha after Russian occupation of the city. Oh yes, that's right. We cannot leave this topic alone without mentioning the arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin. Right? Okay, we're gonna read this whole section. Investigation and international arrest warrants. In early March 2022, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Ahmad Khan, after obtaining formal referrals from 39 countries, commenced an investigation into possible war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide committed by any person in Ukraine since November 2013. Prior to 2022, the preliminary investigation has found reasonable grounds for believing that crimes within the jurisdiction of the court have been committed and identified potential causes that would be admissible. On 4th March 2022, the UN Human Rights Council created an independent international commission of inquiry on Ukraine to investigate violations on human rights and international humanitarian law. On 25th September 2023, Commission Chair Eric Moss delivered an update at the 34th session of the Council, saying the Commission is also concerned about allegation of genocide in Ukraine. For instance, some of the rhetoric transmitted in Russian state and other media may constitute incitement to genocide. Oh, it definitely would, especially since there was one pundit, let's remember, that was so much that he was actually taken off the Russian TV. He said that the Ukrainian children should be drowned. We should keep note that as much as that particular person had been fired or done away with, that basically does represent what the Russian state sort of sees Ukrainian people as. Other investigations of war crimes were also undertaken separately under universal jurisdiction initiated by independent states. In November 2022, Ukraine's prosecutor General Andriy Kostin stated that Ukrainian law enforcement officers have recorded more than 300 facts that belong precisely to the definition of genocide, and that 5 proceedings on genocide are being investigated. On March 17th, 2020, on the 17th March 2023, the ICC issued a warrant for Putin's arrest. So International Criminal Court, the one that deals with genocide, the one that tries people for genocide, alleging that Putin held criminal responsibility for the war crime of unlawful deportation and transfer of children from Ukraine to Russia during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is a clear-cut case for genocide. It is one of the points in the UN Genocide Convention. The transferal of children from one group to the next, a thing very much practiced, by the way, by Nazi Germany. And Himmler, in one of the famous speeches, said that whatever good blood we will find in the children, we will utilize by stealing them and raising them as our own. It is a tried strategy of genocidal regimes to take children from one group and put it in another. I know. My grandfather was sort of that sort of case of a child being transferred from one group to the other. It was the first time that the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for the head of state of one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. So it's a big deal. In April 2023, the European Union's Eurojust Joint Investigation Team, JIT, on alleged core international crimes committed in Ukraine, added the crime of genocide to their war crimes investigation in Ukraine. And there's this assessment. Director of the Center for the Study of Genocide and Human Rights at Rutgers University, Alexander Hinton, in an interview with the BBC, stated on 13 April that a lot had changed in the previous week, and that it was quite likely that Russian forces were carrying out genocide. Hinton stated that the genocidal rhetoric of Vladimir Putin would have to be clearly linked to the atrocities themselves in order to prove genocidal intent. In July, Hinton pointed to mass deportations and forced transfer of children as evidence of Russian genocide in Ukraine, linking them to repeated genocides and other international crimes committed by Russia in the past. Evidence of genocidal intent. And here's the whole. Who's to say that Ukraine will exist on the world map in 2 years? Dmitry Medvedev. The Ukraine that you and I had known within the borders that used to be no longer exists and will never exist again. Maria Zakharova. But if you don't want us to convince you, we'll kill you. We'll kill as many as necessary. 1 million, 5 million. Or exterminate all of you. Pavel Gubarev, 11th October 2022, which is a huge example of how genocides actually play out. When the German Empire subjugated the Herero and Nama people of southwestern Africa, they first tried subjugating them, and when that fell short, they decided to exterminate them. And that is basically what is encapsulated in this quote. But if you don't want us to convince you, we'll kill you. We'll kill as many as necessary. 1 million, 5 million, or exterminate all of you. These are the non-humans that the Ukrainian Maidan spawned. Religion in Ukraine is replaced by them with false faith and sectarianism, and the junta itself is first replaced by them. Vladimir Putin, 12 December 2022. The risk of genocide and obligation to prevent, the most important task of the Genocide Convention of the United Nations. The International Court of Justice, in its February 2007 judgment regarding genocide in Bosnia and Herzegovina, explained that at the instant that the state learns of, or should normally have learned of, the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed, the Genocide Convention triggers the duty to prevent, requiring state parties to analyze the risk to inform their response. The court said the obligation is one of conduct and one of result, requiring states to employ all means reasonably available to them, as far as possible, at the risk of being held responsible for failing to act. United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, Alice Nderitu, briefed the UN Security Council in June 2022 on the legal obligation to prevent, acknowledging the 16th March ordered by the International Court of Justice, indicating provisional measures in the case of Ukraine versus Russian Federation, requiring Russia to immediately suspend the military operations. Azim Ibrahim, Director of Special Initiatives at the New Lines Institute, said of the Genocide Convention, to prevent always comes first, and states that don't act before a court determines that genocide is occurring are essentially obfuscating and avoiding their responsibility. This is a sentence that many people should hear, because many people, when discussing genocide, basically are saying that a genocide can only be observed as it's happening, as it's already sort of on the way, as it's already being done, that it's not something that can be almost basically prevented. But this sentence hits home, okay? To prevent always comes first, and states that don't act before a court determines that genocide is occurring are essentially obfuscating and avoiding their responsibility. In September 2023, at a hearing of the International Court of Justice, the Ukrainian side presented a large number of statements from Russian politicians, including Vladimir Putin, which in their opinion expressed genocidal intent. Kennedy Kuzmin, representing the Russian side, argued that these declarations were just declarations, have no legal relation, and unrelated to the Genocide Convention. At the ICJ, Russia had initially deflected that it was Ukraine who committed genocide of Russian-speaking residents and used it as justification for its aggression. And when Ukraine replied that no such genocide happened, Kuzmin had argued that since Ukraine claims no genocide happened, the case should be dismissed, thus ignoring the accusation of the actual genocide of Ukrainians by Russian forces. Here we are. These are the sources. These are the sources, as you can clearly see. So we're gonna sort of switch gears now to something a little bit different. And then, because Karasu is here, so we can watch the Hungary thing that I wanted to watch today. a thing about the biggest crisis that Mr. Orban has been facing in a while. But as you can see, in my opinion, the case for Russia waging a genocidal war is pretty strong. It's a pretty strong case. I will be looking through that report on sexual assault, and I will be possibly sharing its findings, since it is something that is not yet available in English at all. And I think it's something that is worth sharing with English speakers, for sure. The findings of such document. So now we're going to Orban. As we know, Orban is most famously known for blocking aid to Ukraine. Orban has been very active in that arena, and also has been active in blocking NATO accession of countries. That is basically what Hungary has been mostly known for in recent times. What is less talked about, what is less sort of acknowledged when it comes to, at least I would say, internet pundit spaces, is the huge sexual assault scandal rocking Hungary right now. The huge sort of scandal that is, I would dare say, shaken Orban's regime at least a little bit. It has done a little bit of a shake-up in the regime. It's probably the biggest scandal that Orban has had to deal with to date. And there's a video. We're preparing material on this based on Hungary sources, of course, independently. But now we're going to watch a video. We're going to comment on it. A video that claims to have a perfect summary of the sexual assault scandal happening in Hungary. So without further ado, let us see.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant.
One of the largest protests we had for a long time, in years.
February 2024 has proven to be one of the most turbulent months in modern Hungarian political history. The headline is that President Katalin Novak, a key ally to Prime Minister Viktor Orban, was forced to step down from her post after serving less than 2 years, as it emerged that she had pardoned a man involved in a child abuse scandal. However, the story extends beyond this.
The story is basically that there was abuse happening in a Hungarian orphanage. If I'm not mistaken, it was an orphanage. And the president, basically a person was sentenced for abuse and for abiding by abuse. And the president has pardoned this crime. And there was this great sentence that I read at the beginning of this stream that, yes, the sentence is a comment. I think this comment is really good. I think this comment number 1 is really good. For context, President Novak was supposed to be an ideal woman and represent an image of a mother of many kids, working hard and taking care of the family. She has often said that the family is sacred and children must be protected. And that president has pardoned a child predator. That is a great sentence. Maybe I'll make it the start of the segment. This sentence. Director of the orphanage was sentenced for abuse, and the deputy director covered it up. And the deputy director was the one pardoned. Okay. That makes perfect sense to me. She also was the head of the anti-LGBTQ campaign, kind of.
Her resignation has largely failed to diffuse tensions.
Right. And it was not the only resignation. Let's keep in mind, there was also one more, right? There was the ex-Minister of Justice who was part of the European Parliament, right? She was in the European Parliament, which prioritized the narrative that the LGBTQ people inherently are dangerous to children.
Instead, other key Orban allies have resigned.
Right. A third political ally of Hungary's prime minister is forced to resign. The sex scandal underlying the resignation has challenged the family values image Viktor Orban's authoritarian government has tried to promote. Hungary resignations leave Viktor Orban in biggest crisis yet.
And anti-government protests continue, which show no sign of stopping.
Yes, that is what I love to see. I really hope that the protests will get a lot more traction, that they will get a lot more... This should get a lot more international buzz, by the way. This should be covered more, like, by everybody. Every streamer should cover this. Political streamer. I'm not asking video game streamers to cover this, but every streamer should be covering this at least a little bit. Like, this protest should gain some traction, because this is a tangible chance that Hungary has for a shake-up in that horrible regime of Viktor Orban. In my opinion, at least. That's just, that's just what I think of the whole matter. And some people said she was the ex-justice minister, was essentially one of the candidates who had taken the leadership after Orban. Varga Judit. This is very interesting.
So in this video, we're going to explain Hungary's recent drama, assess whether...
I don't like using the word drama when it comes to this. I would use the word scandal. Definitely would not use the word drama when it comes to something like this. Scandal, sure. Drama, no. This is not drama. The ex-Minister of Justice, who had to resign, was a Minister of Justice at the time when the pardoning of the child predator was being pushed to the president. That is an important fact to also keep in mind. So the request went through the Minister of Justice. So Fidesz lost two very important members politically on the account of this scandal. Very, very important ones. Key members. A potential replacement for Viktor Orban had to step down.
The scandal could bring down Viktor Orban and how it could alter Hungary's political landscape.
I'm hoping for the better. I'm really hoping for the better. Like, it's time. It's time for a change in Hungary. Okay, let's just...
Before we start, when we release new video, grip over Hungarian. So let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
Prime Minister Viktor Orban has held a tight grip over Hungarian politics since 2010.
I don't know. I would say there was a break, but I would say earlier, no? I would say it was even before 2010. I know he had a break in sort of holding office, but I would say even earlier than that. And from what I'm hearing from people that are actually sort of to have been following his career, I would say even earlier than that. I would not say that it began in 2010. I think it's sort of an understatement. Is correct? I don't know. It feels like it's been earlier, no? He's been in charge for... how... Let's see. The CIA created the Polish Solidarity. Another segment that I will have to heavily edit. But he was a prime minister from 1998 to 2002, no? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Okay, so he's been an important politician earlier and had a tight grip over the country since from 2010 onward.
With his conservative Fidesz party enjoying a strong parliamentary majority and winning every subsequent election with roughly 50% of the vote. Something
that is a lot. That is a lot. We can eventually get through this.
Rarely seen in European politics. As a parliamentary system, executive power sits with the Prime Minister.
Yes, basically that's, I would say, the same in Poland.
While the President serves as the largely ceremonial.
Fiona asks, why has Orban still any power in the European Union? He only got to keep his EU voting rights because him and the Law and Justice Party vetoed their removal from each other. Now that Poland has a democracy again, why are they not simply moving to do it now? There are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, believe it or not, there are benefits that both the European Union and Hungary enjoy from each other's sort of relationship, so to speak. That is, I guess that would be the first reason. The second reason is, while Poland has gained democracy, Slovakia apparently has moved towards a pro-Russian position. And we could even do a whole segment about the Slovakian speech on the 24th. Anti-Ukrainian speech. With 2 firsts, they could modify the constitution just by themselves. In 98, 2002, they had to do a coalition.
Head of state, acting as an important figurehead and holding the ability to veto legislation, grant pardons, and so on.
Right. It's basically the same system as in Poland. President and Prime Minister.
The Hungarian president is elected by the parliament rather than a direct popular vote.
Yes, it's the same as in Poland. Yeah, it's the same as in Poland.
So Viktor Orban...
And then sort of ratified by the president. Actually, in Poland, it's like this. The president selects a candidate to be the prime minister, and then the parliament sort of agrees. That is how it works in Poland.
Orban has pretty much handpicked each president during his term. In 2010, it was Paul Schmidt, a former Olympic gold fencer, who was chosen as head of state. However, in 2012, Schmidt ended up resigning after it was revealed that he had plagiarized his doctoral thesis.
Ay. How unfortunate. Damn. Plagiarizing your credentials.
Orban would then choose János Áder, a longtime Fidesz politician and former anti-communist dissident, who would serve as president from 2012 to 2022. Once Áder's 2 terms had expired and he could no longer seek re-election, Orban chose Family Affairs Minister Katalin Novak.
There we go. We get to our heroine of this story. We get to our protagonist. We finally got to our protagonist of this little story.
as his pick for new president, making her the first woman and youngest person to hold the post. Novak was seen as a rising star in Fidesz.
Right, the perfect woman, the perfect mother, the perfect champion for family values, the perfect protector of children against the evils of the LGBT.
And even gained a level of international attention before her presidency due to her strongly natalist views, once saying, "Without strong families, there are no strong nations."
Well. Strong words. This person must really have children's well-being in mind. She was the family affairs minister. There's one more important character here.
Much like Orban,
both Katalin and Judith were rising stars.
And Fidesz more generally, Novak had presented herself as a defender of traditional Christian family values,
including children,
and protector of children, the kind of themes that have been used by the Hungarian government to justify significantly cracking down on LGBTQ+ rights.
I mean, I would say it's not really just a Hungarian thing. I would say that it's a very much international far-right playbook to point at the LGBT and say, look, they're child predators. They want to trans your children and turn them gay and, you know, they're predators.
Novak had played an important role in the building of an international conservative network that has helped to boost Viktor Orban's Hungary. For example,
that is interesting.
She met with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and apparently discussed traditional values and protecting families.
So basically, she sort of created this international network by also exporting conservative ideas to places like the US and other places, like what Karas once said, that the No Don't Say Gay bill was sort of based on ideas from Hungary.
She's also hosted the Budapest Demographic Summits, which focused on boosting birth rates and traditional family values, drawing in the likes of former US Vice President Mike Pence and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who is said to be a good friend of Novak. Now, you might be wondering why this is relevant, but it's precisely this context that has exacerbated this recent scandal. In April 2023, Novak granted a slew of presidential pardons to various convicts as a
now it's starting.
show of clemency during Pope Francis's visit to Hungary, with a list drafted by the then Justice Minister Judith Varga.
There we go. We're getting to the justice, to the person that sort of, we are saying that through her, the pardoning of the sex abuser happened.
The list included a former deputy director of a children's home who was convicted for helping to cover up sexual abuse at the institution.
Right. So we're getting to the sort of the meat of the matter.
The pardon meant his criminal record was cleared and was allowed to work with children again. It went unnoticed, and
that is a really key thing here, that a person that is pardoned, a pedophile that is pardoned, their record is clear. It's as if they've never done what they did, so they can just go back and reoffend possibly. Right? They can just reoffend. Their record is clear. They've been pardoned. You can see why that is a problem, right? Probably.
Until February this year, when an investigative article revealed the pardon to the public, sparking an instant outcry.
No wonder.
The report alleged that the pardoned man has political ties to the Hungarian Reformed Church and the Fidesz party.
There we go. We've talked about this as well. The Reformed Church.
which could explain the questionable pardon. Amid the backlash, Orban's government tried to settle things by promising a constitutional amendment that would prevent people convicted of crimes against children from receiving pardons.
That was the initial response of Orban, I remember. I remember as it was happening.
However, this was not enough. Protests continued and some party loyalists quit the president's team of advisors and publicly criticised her.
I do love that even Fidesz voters have sort of took part in the protest and decided that they had had enough.
So, loyalists, however, people can try to say could expel ties instant outcry. The report alleged that the
This face in circle?
pardoned man has political ties to the Hungarian Reformed Church and the Fidesz party, which could explain
What face in the circle?
questionable pardon. Amid the backlash, Orban's government tried to settle things by promising a constitutional amendment that would prevent people convicted of crimes against children from receiving pardons. However, this was not enough. Protests continued and some party loyalists quit the president's team of advisors and publicly criticised her. So, under increasing pressure on Saturday, Novak announced her resignation on February the 10th, admitting she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Judith Varga, who was supposed to be the leader of the Fidesz list for the upcoming European Parliament elections, chose to completely retire from public life.
Damn.
Following Novak and Varga's resignations, Varga's ex-husband resigned from several state-owned companies.
Alright, let's see. Let's find it real quick, okay? Is this it? This looks like it. Is this it? Is this it? It's not a circle though. Right. Okay, yeah. So this is the old Minister of Human Resources who awarded the director of the orphanage, the actual abuser in this whole thing. Super important person in all of this. Super important.
And some party loyalists quit the president's team of advisors and publicly criticised her. So, under increasing pressure on Saturday, Novak announced her resignation on February the 10th, admitting she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Judith Varga,
Whoopsie. A whoopsie.
who was supposed to be the leader of the Fidesz list for the upcoming European Parliament elections, chose to completely retire from public life. Following Novak and Varga's resignations, Varga's ex-husband resigned from several state-owned companies,
Interesting.
saying, "I don't want for 1 minute to be part of a system in which the real leaders hide behind the skirts of women."
Oof. Damn, that is harsh criticism. But it's good. It's good that the system is being criticized, even if it's done by the people that not so long ago benefited from it.
The slew of resignations has not stopped there, however, with former government minister and Bishop Zoltán Balog resigning as leader of the Hungarian Reformed Church, since it was supposed to be him.
So this is the person, right?
Who died, resigning as, however, with former government minister and Bishop
Government Minister of Human Relations, right?
Zoltán Balog resigning as leader of the Hungarian Reformed Church, since it was supposed to be him who directly lobbied the government for the pardon.
Oh, so he lobbied the government for it. Okay, that is, oh gosh, that is damning. Lobbying the government directly for the pardon. Why did they want to pardon that guy so much? human resources.
In his first direct televised address since the scandal broke out, Orban conceded that 2024 so far couldn't have been worse.
Damn, I bet. I bet for him, it's for all of us, it's like a celebration moment, I think.
Adding that Novak's resignation was a nightmare, though resigning was the responsible decision. It comes as no surprise that the scandal has sparked mass protests around the country.
Right.
On Friday, the day before Viktor Orban gave that speech, and a week after Novak's resignation, around 50,000 protesters gathered in the capital of Budapest.
50,000 is a lot of people. I'm surprised this gets so little coverage. I'm surprised this is being talked about so little, considering how much of a shakeup this could potentially lead to within Hungary. The country that has been an obstacle in so many things. Like, imagine that if actually a change would happen in Hungary to a less cynical and more cooperative one.
Said to have the highest turnout for anti-government protests in many years. The key question now remains, is this going to be the scandal that finally ends Orban's near decade and a half at the country's helm?
That is a good question, and I hope it will. I certainly hope it will.
The simple answer is, well,
No.
probably not.
That is painful, but it happens.
This is basically for three reasons. Firstly, Orban had no direct involvement in the scandal, with the people directly responsible for it swiftly resigning.
I'm not so sure about this one argument, actually. I'm not so confident in this argument. Yeah, he was not involved with them directly, but he endorsed them directly, no? Like, he did endorse them, right? He cannot just claim that he's clean and didn't know anything, and he promoted these people, no?
So he's able to keep some distance between him and
Some distance is right.
the scandal. Secondly, Orban has survived many government crises over the years.
I bet. I mean, he has been around for a bit, so I guess he did survive quite a few crises.
And while this seems to be his most severe, he is still the undisputed leader of a party with a constitutional supermajority, meaning that his government is, on paper, as secure as it ever was. Thirdly, if conservative Fidesz voters are actually fed up with him and his party, there aren't really any viable alternatives for them to turn to.
That is...
The bloc of liberal opposition parties like the Democratic Coalition and Momentum Movement stands in complete ideological opposition, while the far-right Our Homeland movement is just too extreme for most people, to the point that it actually wants to reclaim old...
Oh yeah, I remember. They made speeches about getting back territories from Ukraine, yeah.
Hungarian territory. But that doesn't mean that the scandal is without consequence for Orban. The real problem for him is the fact that it cost him his top 2 young female politicians in an otherwise male-dominated party. Losing Judith Varga with months until the European elections poses a challenge for Fidesz's campaign. And as president, Katalin Novak was key to representing Orban's somewhat isolated government abroad and softening otherwise tense ties with the West. With both of them gone, his government has taken a major blow to its already tarnished international reputation and could leave Hungary in deeper isolation than before. A lot of stuff we talk about in our videos can often seem pretty complicated, especially when we dive deep into detailed
Oh god, is this... Oh my gosh, don't tell me this is gonna be an advert.
Data and economics. But there's a fun and easy way for you to learn more about these topics, which doesn't cost thousands of dollars or
They're
take
gonna talk about an app, aren't they?
years and years of studying. That's because Brilliant is the best way to learn maths, data science, and computer science interactively.
Jesus.
And the fun thing is, it doesn't take long to learn either. These complex topics are broken down into small and accessible chunks, designed around your busy schedule, whatever your skill level. That means that if you spend just a few minutes a day, you can gain new knowledge over time, in an actually fun way.
Damn.
As time goes on, you'll get used to that feeling of learning too, because this isn't just about sitting down and reading. Brilliant teaches you by doing, using active learning to teach
I do like reading, though.
you the principles of otherwise quite complex
Okay, I will get it.
topics
It's
on your
brilliant.
base
Brilliant.
at 30
Get it.
days by clicking premium annual.
Oh, God. So we've basically made a little bit of a summary of events. We've finally gotten to do a little bit of a summary of what has happened in Hungary. Did you do your art? It's quite good. I have done my art, yeah. Bishop charged with crimes against children. I feel like I've heard this one before. I mean, there's an ongoing scandal of a bishop in Poland, and yes, I do all of my art. I'm an artist. I am an artist. I fancy myself an animator, Cubic Clone. Also, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope to see more Twitch sort of people as time moves on. Okay, so we're done with this topic. That was a pretty good one. We'll be continuing to cover this sort of whole debacle. We're not done with Hungary just yet. Well, he was lobbying the pardon. He was lobbying as far as I understand, he was lobbying the pardon. And so he resigned. 3 hours, 15 minutes. We still have a few topics to talk about. Like the infamous, and it leads to the issue of his illiberal model of Orban's, which church and state are not really separate either. So I want to look at a thing now. Yay, another car. Another car went to the front, as I've learned. He kept his bishop title. Right. But he did step down as head of the church, no? From what was said in the video, at least. Another car. I want to see this. Hold on. There's a thing. I like too many things on. I think I like too many things on Twitter. But there's this. Another thing that I would like to add to the topic of dehumanization. Another thing. Damn, I have to look somewhere else to find the thing. Jesus. I knew this would make an appearance. Where is the... There we go. There we go. There was more. Oh, I'll just look them up. There we go. So, Dmitry Rogozin, a new senator of the occupied Zaporizhia region, and as you like, just another example, in my opinion, of the genocidal policy of Russia, the dehumanization element of the people. It's quite good. Thank you for praising my art. Consider donating to this artist. And we have seen this sort of... let's just say that Rogozin has made interesting statements, okay? Comparing the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to a pygmy, to a monkey. Let me see. Let's see here. This is how Dmitry Rogozin, the senator of the occupied Zaporizhia, Ukraine, talks about and depicts black people, treating it in English and Russian to make sure his racism isn't lost on the audience. Before his illness, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin loved being photographed with pygmies. See? Readers added context. Rogozin's post is completely racist, comparing Lloyd Austin to a gorilla. The only question is why Twitter hasn't suspended his account for such clear violation of their terms of service. That is a good question, but that is a question for a different day. And this is basically just a racist attack on the US. So you may ask, so what does this have to do with the dehumanization of Ukrainian people and the ongoing genocidal war? Wow. I'm glad you asked. That's because, first of all, even in this example, before his illness, see, posing with pygmies, as in with Ukrainian people, you know, the dehumanization of Ukrainian people in addition to the racism. Do you see? But there is a bit more. There is more, of course, because with Russia there's always more. There's always more. There's also the same senator of the occupied Zaporizhia region has made a statement directly about Ukrainian people via a video. It is a bit of a blurry video, so we'll watch it in a small thing. Monkeys should be called monkeys, with an attached video. Let's take a look at it. Monkeys should be called monkeys. See? As in to say, Ukrainian people are actually monkeys. They're not human. They shouldn't be given human consideration. Which, in my opinion, just fits into the wider narrative of Russia. This person is not some wild card, like some wild exception to how the Russian government overall thinks and operates. No, I would venture to say that this is an actual clear-cut example of how the Russian government feels about Ukrainians. Like, this person is not some you know, exact, like, he's not anything special in Russia. Like, people are, of course, shocked by the horribleness, by the racism, by, again, the dehumanization of people, but this is not something that is in any way specific to just this one person within Russia, that this outrageous person, you know, like this person's, the beliefs and actions and sort of the things that this person puts out, it's not anything super out of the ordinary in the Russian political landscape, this sort of thing. It's not. So, as shocking and infuriating as this sort of thing is, it just serves as a reminder that the Russian government just treats Ukrainian people as non-human, to be subjugated or destroyed, to be turned into the Russian folk, or completely killed, as one quote has specified, actually. It's incredible, really. It might feel pretty shocking that sort of a senator of a place would just write something like that so blatantly. But we do need to remember that certain rules of conduct, certain rules of political engagement are different in different countries, and that in the case of Russia, that is simply a state of mind. In the case of Russia, that is simply a state of mind. And the racism in Russia has been well documented for a long time. All I can offer is like the old anecdote that was given to me by my best friend, that before he moved to Poland with his parents, they actually moved to Russia for a bit. As this, you know, they've lived in Russia for a bit. And my best friend said that basically when he lived in Russia, it was impossible for him to go out, that he just stayed in the apartment all of the time, because it was simply too dangerous for him to go outside on the street because of the racism. Because he was a Vietnamese child in Russia, so it was basically quite dangerous for him. I know that's just an anecdote, but we also have senators comparing black people to monkeys, so I don't know. Russia feels like a pretty racist country to me, and pretty anti-LGBT for that matter, ever since the LGBT has been announced to be an extremist group. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Damn, I'm tired. I'm parched. So, how are we feeling about today's stuff so far? When I breathe, we've already covered this. Oh my gosh. Now that is interesting. Now that statement, that statement deserves its own comment. That statement deserves its own comment. I'm gonna look it up, actually. Jesus, okay. So you know how up to now the consensus in Ukraine as well as in the collective West is Ukrainians are saying we just need weapons. We don't need anything else. Don't even send us troops. We don't want it. We're not, it's not like we don't want it. We're not asking you to send us troops, right? We're not asking you to send troops. Just send us weapons and we'll be fine. We'll just defend ourselves on our own, right? And it's been as long as Ukraine actually was receiving weapons, it had worked out pretty well. Now there is talk of problems with conscription, like it's sort of a long process, it's sort of getting prolonged, and there's frozen aid by the US, so Ukrainian forces are actually running out of weapons and ammunition to use, so the situation is quite dire. And so far into the war, sending any types of troops have been completely off the table. It's been not even considered that, because there was this consideration that it would create big complication, super escalate the whole thing into not just Ukraine-Russia war, but basically God not how many countries were at that point, if countries should actually send troops to fight against Russia on Ukrainian soil. And then there probably is fear of eventually nuclear escalation should more countries get involved directly by sending troops. But it seems that some European leaders are actually starting to say, you know what? We actually shouldn't exclude this sort of solution. We actually should not rule out sending troops to Ukraine in order to win this war. And one such person, as it seems to have floated the idea of sending troops to directly engage in combat in Ukraine, is Francis Macron. He says sending troops to Ukraine cannot be ruled out. So there's been some interesting shifts in the attitude of the West as of late. First, pretty big shift that's been happening recently is that decision that when Ukraine receives F-16s, it will be able to strike Russia on its own territory, attacking targets, military targets. And before that point, the West has clearly said you may only use the weapons provided by us to defend yourself and nothing more. You cannot really counterattack and attack Russia proper. That is not something that we allow you to do because, again, of the fear of that escalation. But now, things are getting a bit more, I guess, desperate. Like, there's actually a chance that Russia might, at the end of the day, do well in this war, especially since, again, the US is freezing aid to Ukraine, so things have gotten a bit tense. And so, France's President Emmanuel Macron said on Monday There was no consensus on sending troops to Ukraine, but the subject could not be ruled out. There is no consensus at this stage to send troops on the ground, Macron said after hosting some 20 countries allied to Ukraine. Nothing should be excluded. We will do everything that we must so that Russia does not win. So the question is Europe actually willing to follow up with such a statement? Like, should the situation get really, really tough, like, would Europe be willing to just straight up send troops to aid Ukraine? I'm personally a bit skeptical. I'm personally a bit skeptical of this claim. Like, Macron is saying that nothing should be ruled out. But looking at historical precedent, first, especially Western European countries are probably not willing to quote-unquote bleed out their troops in defense of Ukraine, which would be pretty short-sighted, but nation states have been known to be pretty short-sighted, so it would be a super surprise. And also, there is still this looming fear of the war escalating beyond what is currently basically a isolated conflict, a local conflict. Like, yes, Ukraine is being supported by basically the European Union and till recently the US, but those countries have not gotten directly involved. So it still could be sort of categorized or framed as a local conflict between two neighboring countries, even if they are receiving support from multiple different actors from around the globe. But should any of the sides involved receive direct help from troops on the ground from a different country, now that would change the situation quite dramatically, wouldn't it? Now that would become, let's say France would send some troops on the ground officially to support Ukraine. Well, now that's suddenly a war of Ukraine and France against Russia, because France has just gotten involved directly, and by extension, that would suddenly be a war of Ukraine and the entire European Union against Russia, which would change a lot. That would change a lot. And of course, people probably are worried that it would also change a lot when it comes to escalatory moves from Russia, or rather nuclear deterrence moves. How would Russia even respond to something like that? Would they escalate the nuclear threat? Would they actually maybe use the nukes in some limited capacity? There have been a lot of talks that since Donald Trump is speaking of not supporting NATO allies, right? There's been actually talk that if Donald Trump wins or any other president of the United States has whims beyond our understanding, that if the US already declared that it might very well sort of take away its support for its NATO allies, then what's to say that the US will, for example, not withdraw its nuclear umbrella? What's to say that the European Union will not be left without such a guarantee, the nuclear umbrella, which would mean that Russia would be just scot-free to escalate nuclear threats against Europe, and Europe doesn't even have like this unified defense. Like France has nukes, but there is no guarantee that France will extend an umbrella over the rest of Europe, such as the US is sort of has this policy of a nuclear umbrella. That this has been seriously discussed lately. Like, what if the US decides, well, you know what, we actually don't need to. We don't need to extend our nuclear umbrella to Europe. Like, you're not putting your weight. We don't really need to defend you in this way. And even though, again, France has nukes, it is not said that France will use those nukes to defend different countries than itself. You know, France may have nukes and use them, but will it do so for others? Would France be willing to extend its nuclear protection to places like, let's say, Eastern Europe? I'm gonna be honest, Eastern Europeans are very skeptical about whether or not France would be willing to use nukes in, for example, defense of places like Poland. I've been reading some magazines that are sort of like within the scope of the Polish mainstream media. I've been reading some opinion pieces, and I gotta tell you, a lot of people are very, very skeptical about France being willing to defend places like Eastern Europe, especially since historically Eastern Europe, and by that I mean specifically Poland, has been betrayed by France, and that memory remains. That France, when push comes to shove, has already abandoned Poland historically. So that's also a consideration. And then there's been this idea thrown around that maybe we should prepare ourselves for the worst case scenario. Maybe we should be prepared that the US will just throw away the umbrella. They will not protect us. So maybe Europe actually should get more nukes. Maybe Europe should buy nukes from the US and distribute them through Europe, through the European Union countries, which of course is considered very complicated and very unviable. At the end of the day, many people came to the conclusion that maybe the best course of action is for Europe to just concentrate on, for now, strengthening the conventional side of things. The conventional side of arming up. Like getting more artillery, tanks, etc., etc. Planes. That maybe this would be, like, the conventional deterrent might be the better way forward than to suddenly trying to get nukes for the entirety of Europe. It has. That's right. You're correct about that. France has reached out to Germany about that in the past and has been ignored. And apparently, now that there's this shaky situation with the US, actually, we have a reverse situation. Now Germany is saying, hey, remember that talk that we did about you sharing your nuclear program with us? Maybe we should go back to that. But now, France is apparently not as eager as it used to be about that. France is no longer as eager, apparently. When things were calm, Germany was like, yeah, whatever, France. We don't need your silly talks about nuclear deterrence and nuclear umbrellas and protection. We don't need that. And now that the situation is actually getting heated, Germany is actually like, you know what? Let's go back to that topic, shall we? Let's you know, it's been. Maybe we should talk about it after all. I think I've got it here even. Oh God, do I have it? Politics. The Politics magazine. Jesus. Let's see. There we go. I found the fragment. I found the thing. Here we go. Let's see. After the recent statements by Donald Trump about the return, let's go back further. Only France has a nuclear potential. 300 nuclear sort of, Jesus. Nuclear warheads. 300 warheads. But those warheads are for France, not for its allies. When in 2020, Emmanuel Macron proposed to a talk to sort of Europeize, to make the France potential more European, more broadly European, nobody was eager to enter these talks, especially in Berlin. The silence was especially deafening to the irritation of Paris. After the recent statement by Donald Trump, an appeal came from the German Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner, to return to that idea. We have to talk. But the experts on nuclear weapons are rather skeptical. Is this the holy grail of the European defense? In Munich, the chief of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, did everything he could to cut the discussion about alternatives to the now current status quo, to the model of alliance. Yes, to cut. He did everything he could to cut out any sort of talk about alternatives to the current nuclear deterrence model, which is based on the US arsenal, which is based on the US nuclear umbrella. Once again, this is all about psychology. The more we talk about how to replace the US guarantees, the bigger the question mark is about whether or not the US guarantees are even worth anything. Although, if we keep getting worried about self-fulfilling prophecies, aka the US guarantees not being worth anything, aren't we closing ourselves to possibilities, to looking for solutions, which might be necessary if said thing would come to pass? So, there we go. There we have it. That's the situation right now that we are finding ourselves in. Very interesting situation. Hungarian probably even more skeptical of France due to the experience of French actors playing role of the reshaping of borders after World War One, right? So there we go. There are many, many factors here. Like the nuclear deterrence is one big factor, and the sudden shaky reliability of US support. And yet I'm pretty fascinated by the fact that the idea of sending troops to Ukraine directly was even floated around, that it was even sort of, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Macron, of all people, to just be like, we actually cannot exclude the possibility of needing to send troops directly to Ukraine. Even if I'm very skeptical about that ever actually happening, I will say that it is very, very interesting that the thing was even proposed. So, again, if you've liked this little bit that I've just done, if you've enjoyed, if you're happy with what I've just talked about, then you know what to do. With the likes, with the buttons, with the all of the things. Macron is actually pretty hawkish. Oh, Even hawkish aside, I'm surprised that the idea of sending troops to Ukraine was even mentioned. That is a shock to me. That is a shock to my system. I don't know how longer I will be streaming today because, as you all are probably aware, tomorrow I'm going to a protest. I'm going to a strike. I'm going to the heart of the farmer thing. I'm gonna go and I'm going to follow them from their starting point to their end point. Maybe I'll even try to catch some of them, catch some of the wild farmers, and ask them a few questions. We'll see. I'll do my best. Tomorrow is the fated protest of farmers in Warsaw. It will start right in front of the Palace of Culture building on the big plaza, and then it will continue all the way to the office of Polish Prime Minister. Also, good news. I can push your buttons, Lucy. Oh my god. You cannot push my buttons. You are free to try. You're free to try to push my buttons. And good news. This is so wild to me. In Brussels, the protesters just brought in tractors and just demolished things. In Warsaw, it's just, actually riding tractors in Warsaw is illegal. And the protesters and the farmers are like, well, I guess we'll just do the protest on foot then. Why didn't Brussels simply do that? Why didn't Brussels say, hey, protesters, bringing tractors here is not allowed? I wonder if the European protesters would be then like, well then apologies, we'll just do the protest on foot. I know of a great way to annoy Lucy. Yes, what is it? Oh, that's right. Before we move on to the next topic, there's an announcement to all 12 of my wonderful viewers. The day after tomorrow, or rather tomorrow, because today in Poland is already 27th, but tomorrow on the 28th will be my birthday. So I'll be doing a birthday stream. Birthday stream. There will be a birthday stream. It'll be great. Thank you for the $15. How much would it annoy you if I wore a bomb vest if we were to hang out? A bomb vest? I'm not sure. Would it have bombs attached? So then it could annoy me if it had bombs attached. Happy birthday. It's on the 28th. It's not today, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Wish me birthday on my birthday. Wish me birthday on my birthday. And get people to watch. Get people to watch my birthday. Looking forward to the stream. Oh, I have to prepare something special. Prepare something special for the birthday. Birthday, happy birthday. Yes, 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 that's right. Wish me birthday when it's my birthday on, on the 28th. Did you know that I was almost born on the 29th? Call-in stream for... Oh, yes, that's right. I should do a call-in stream for my birthday. I should ask Demon Mama if she would join. On the... There you go. That's the same birthday as my sister. Yeah? She's also 28. I was born close to midnight. So I almost was at 29th birthday. Midday. Oh! Midday news. So yes, we can move on now to a different topic, I guess. I wanted to wish me luck tomorrow. I'll have to prepare my super professional equipment. Damn. I'm gonna prepare my special professional movie making equipment. My phone. I'm gonna be recording the protest with my phone. Excellent. Listen, the farmers said it will be peaceful. I believe them. I believe the farmers with all my heart. If they say the protests will be peaceful, I have no reason to doubt, right? Right? We all know how peaceful the farmers have been so far, right? Blocking the border, swearing at refugees coming in, spilling grain. It's all been so peaceful so far, so I have no reason to doubt that the same thing will be happening tomorrow, right? There's no need to. Like, it will be a nice stroll. It will be a nice walk from the Palace of Culture to the Prime Minister's office, I'm sure, without any incident. It'll be great. It'll be epic. Oh, maybe I'll DM President Sunday. Mr. President. There you go. I sent. The message has been sent. So yes, don't worry. Don't worry about the protest. It will be so safe. It will be so peaceful. I'll be bored. I'll be like, oh, do something, protesters. Do something. Burn a car. My mom tells me that I've been brought to my first protest when I was 5. My first protest was when I was 5 or something. I don't remember. And there was a burning car in front. I think it was even not 5. Jesus, 6, 7, 8. A very small. Very small. And it was to the Russian embassy. Or was it the USSR embassy still back then? I'm not even sure. If any happens to you, those protesters will catch my... What is this? Oh my god, what is that? That's scary. Don't send me scary stuff. So yes, that is all wonderful news. That is all beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff's happening. I actually do wonder how this whole protest will go. Usually protests in Warsaw are actually not that... There haven't been any super violent protests in Warsaw for a while. You know that there has been a counter-protest to the march for Ukraine on the 24th, right? by the Confederacy Party. I mean, there were a lot of stupid things. I know what the next segment will be. I know what the next segment will be. Hold on. I've got the perfect thing. Speaking of the stupidity of the far right in Poland. Oh my gosh. I've got the perfect segment. I've discovered the perfect segment. Holy moly. Let's go. Let's go. Let us go. Let us move forward. We're gonna be translating a tweet. But trust me, translating this tweet will be a treat. It is a good tweet. It is a good tweet. There is a person who sort of went to a far-right event, a Confederacy far-right event, I believe, was given a microphone and an opportunity to ask them questions. And that's wild, because the question that he asked them were, well, they were, Jesus, they were home runs. I just have to find it. Oh God, I hope I saved it. I hope I saved it somewhere. Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. This is it. The best segment of the night, hands down, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, this is our best segment yet of tonight. Basically because nobody else is able to produce it. And because it has some of the most ridiculous, wild things in it. Usually, when you go to a far-right event and you are given a microphone, the microphone is quickly taken away when you say inconvenient things. But for some reason, this person, Marcin Rej, an analytic at Business Intelligence, was just allowed to ask all of the questions uninterrupted and was even answered. So let's go. I'm gonna translate this line by line. You will not be disappointed. You will not regret what you're about to see. What you're about to see is Polish politics. Polish politics in action. You will not be disappointed. I went to a meeting of the Confederacy Party, which is fascist/Nazi party, basically, which you will learn in a minute. He even used this sort of pun comparing the Confederacy Party to the brown shirts. Because one of the leaders of the Confederacy Party is called Brown. It was in Gliwice last Saturday. And while it was ending, I was given a voice. And I was able to summarize what I heard during the meeting, during the last 2.5 hours of whining about the security of Poland. I asked for confirmation if I understood them correctly. I asked the Confederacy members to confirm if I had understood their words correctly. In other words, I trolled them live. I'm still surprised that they actually allowed me to take the stand and speak to the microphone. When addressing the parliament member Andrzej Zapałowski, I asked the panelists if they confirm that according to them, that according to the Confederacy Party, the Jewish regime in Kiev actually likes the war, because if the war is long and Ukraine becomes depopulated, it creates free space for Jewish people from Israel to go there when they inevitably are kicked out by the Arabs. So that was the first question. If the Confederacy Party confirms this claim. Conspiracy theory number 1 of Confederacy. And this post contains a whole list of the conspiracy theories of the Confederacy Party. I thought I heard some really stupid conspiracy theories about Ukraine before, but I was mistaken. The Confederacy Party takes the cake. Excuse me? The Jewish regime in Kiev likes the war because if a lot of Ukrainians die, then the Kiev regime, which is Jewish, will be able to bring in all of the Jewish people from Israel because the Arabs will kick them out sooner or later. I've heard a lot of theories about the war in Ukraine, but this is a new one. This is completely new territory for me when it comes to theories about the Ukrainian war. Wow. That is just the start, okay? I asked Lucyna Kulinska if she will confirm her thesis, which she expressed earlier during the meeting, that Ukraine might use weapons that it gets from Poland against Poland as part, I kid you not, as part of a previously agreed upon with Berlin, German-Ukrainian partition of Poland, the fourth partition of Poland. So he asked her, do you confirm what you just said during this meeting, that Ukraine will use weapons that it got from Poland against Poland in a German-Ukrainian partitions of Poland? I told you, I've heard many theories from idiots about this is a political party. It might have very little influence, but it has people sitting in the parliament. Even if it's a minimum amount, it's still a legit political party in Poland that exists and functions. This was its official meeting. My God, all the theories I've heard about Ukraine so far feel so mundane now. Oh, the CIA caused the Euromaidan. Oh, yawn. How about the Ukrainian-German alliance in order to partition Poland using Polish weapons? That's a conspiracy theory. Now that's a theory, right? Now that's interesting. But it's not over. It's not over. I asked the parliament member Włodzimierz Skalik. I asked him how he would evaluate the thesis, how he would evaluate the opinion. Well, how he would evaluate a thesis of the presented book called Poland or Ukropolin. Or rather, Poland is the Palestine of Europe. Yes, there's a book in Poland titled Poland or Ukropolin. So Poland as the Palestine of Europe, because Ukropolin is Poland, which is ruled by the Ukrainians and the Jews. Hence Ukropolin, Ukraine, and Polin, Poland in Hebrew. It was written by Ambassador Krzysztof Baliński. According to him, our country is not governed by Polish people, but it is ruled by sort of inserted Polish-speaking Jewish people and Ukrainians. And sometimes it's Ukrainian Jewish people, and sometimes it's Jewish Ukrainians. So that's another theory. Poland is not governed by Polish people. It is actually governed by the inserted group of Polish-speaking Jewish people and Ukrainians. It is all in the book. It is all in the book, Poland or Ukropolin. Poland as the Palestine of Europe. You should go and read it. I'm sure it is amazing. I'm sure it's an amazing read. I'm sure it's like the best book in the universe. God. My goodness. But let's continue. That's not over. I present you with a recording of me asking. I think only Andrzej Zapolowski recognized me, but he kept his cool. He gave some pretty weak answers because he just woke up during the conference. He fell asleep several times. Not fully awake Zapolkowski confirmed that he actually seriously considered the theory of New Jerusalem, the narration pushed for a few years now by Russian sources. So Mr. Zapolowski does not know where his beliefs come from. Although his answer got a little mixed up with the Third Jerusalem. His answer mixed up Third Jerusalem with Putin's concept of the Third Rome in Moscow. Jesus. Andrzej Zapolowski has already told me about the concept of an Israel in Ukraine. After during our meeting a few years ago, we were supposed to make peace, and the court sort of told us to do it. It was near the Rzeszów University, where Andrzej Zapolowski is a professor. Oh my God. Before he decided not to sue me, he told me about this concept of switching Ukrainians with Jewish people from Israel. So replacing Ukrainian people with Jewish people from Israel. And then he handed me a long pseudo-intellectual text describing it. I so regret that after returning home, I threw this work of Professor Zapolowski to the trash. I asked him then, why would Jewish people leaving Israel, why would they go to Eastern Ukraine, where life is pretty tough, and not to their cousins in Brooklyn, for example, or Antwerpia? I did not get an answer. Lucyna Kulinska, who earlier during the meeting has accused Ukraine as responsible for all cancer cases in Poland because Ukraine had poisoned the wheat, the grain, went in her response the furthest. She talked about connecting the dots. That our country has a Polish body, but a Jewish Ukrainian head. Oh, I told you this segment would be good. Poland has a Polish body, but a Jewish Ukrainian head. Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. The parliamentary member Włodzimierz Skalik has confirmed that there might be a Polish-Ukrainian war, but that he actually meant a civil war between Polish people and the Ukrainian refugees. Earlier during the meeting, he long sort of tried to warn about this danger that is created by the refugees from Ukraine that are armed with weapons smuggled from the war-torn country. What the fuck? Oh my God. So there will be a civil war between Polish people and the armed to the teeth Ukrainian refugees who smuggled weapons from the war-torn Ukraine. I told you. You've never heard theories quite like these. You've never heard theories quite like these. You will only hear them from the Confederacy Party. Jesus Christ. Oh. I'm so ready. I'm so ready for this. Oh, that's not it. That's not over. Poseł the parliament member Zapolowski has really eagerly told people, he's really eagerly persuaded people to get weapons permits and reminded that black powder weapon does not need any sort of permit. And they talked about how the weapons are widely accessible in the US and that certain things from the US should be implemented in Poland to let people defend themselves in the perspective of the Polish-Ukrainian conflict. You can, but you have to come to Poland to hang out with me. You have to come to Poland. Then you can hang out with me. Oh my God. Damn. Although I've played a little bit of a theater, Although I played a little bit of a theater, a lot of the audience took my statements seriously and they nodded with approval. When I engaged in hyperbolic statements about what was being stated on this Shabbat of anti-Ukrainian witches from Confederacy, oh, in general, a typical guest of this meeting could learn that the only reason why Ukrainians are still not butchering Polish people is because Putin has sort of tied their hands in the East. And that is the only reason why Ukrainians are still not like slaughtering Polish people. As soon as the war is over, we will be flooded by a wave of veterans who will be crazed with PTSD, and Ukrainian mafia armed to the teeth with weapons. Jesus. Okay. During the 3 hours of the conference, which topic was the safety of Poland, the only danger listed was Ukraine, with a break for the human health or the World Health Organization and the European Union. So the only threat presented on this 3-hour conference was Ukraine, with little breaks for the World Health Organization and the European Union. There was almost no mention of Russia, and if Russia was mentioned, it was mentioned in a pretty neutral light, was mentioned very neutrally. And near the table of the meeting, there were thousands of drawings depicting how Ukrainians murdered Polish people during the Wołyń massacre. Okay. Most of the audience were people who were in retirement age. Only the security team was younger than them. And they looked kind of dangerous, but also kind of not the brightest. So they didn't touch me because they didn't quite understand that I've trolled their bosses. One of the security guys even asked me if I wouldn't want to sign up support list of Confederacy. I said that I would. I said that I have to consider it, and politely declined. Jesus. This is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I was able to do this little thing justice with my translation, but oh my god. But I consider this to be the best segment of today. This is my little magnum opus. This is my little... Do you not agree? Do you not agree that this, hands down, has been the best one? The best segment? Come on. Give me your opinions. Give me your opinions. Vote with your wallets. I mean, tell me. Tell me if you liked it. I did my best. I tried to accurately translate what was being said. I did my best to give you this little story about the fourth Polish partition by Ukraine and Germany. I think it's nice. Isn't that wonderful? Whew. Whose birthday is it? Nobody's. My birthday is on the 28th. 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 2-8. So tomorrow. Because it's now 27th in Poland. And my birthday is on the 28th. 28th. Birthday girl. Birthday girl. I'm gonna get a cake. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna have my cake and I'm gonna eat it too. That is how I roll. I have my cake and I eat it too. I eat my cake and I eat it too. I eat my cake. I eat my cake. Maybe I should go to the toilet now. Maybe it's time for the toilet. But now? Okay, let's see if there's any other cool news that I can cover. Oh my gosh. Oh, damn. Okay, we're gonna talk about this briefly. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna toilet. Don't go away. There are little of you. Must toilet. And then we're gonna talk a little bit about Ukraine again. What video? What video? No, I don't. Wait, hold on. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. You're not patient. You're not patient to wait when I go toilet. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm sad. I am sad. Secretly a duck. What a global chat. Jesus. Genocide denial streamers. Really? There is no evidence, really? I mean, there's a case in court, so we'll see. Noah Samson responding to Destiny denying genocide. Noah Samson? It's been a long time since I've heard that name. Noah Samson. But for now, we need to talk about Ukraine. What time is it? What time? Oh, oh shoot. Oh shoot. 4 hours, 34 minutes. So, I guess we're gonna do one last topic. What do you say? Shall we do one last topic for the road, which will be just me talking to the camera? Will be sort of like a little bit of a, what do you think about that? What is your opinion on that? What is your opinion? Oh, let me correct my hair. Muskets. I don't think we're gonna do the Noah Samson thing today. I think it's pretty long. But we're gonna talk about how, you know how at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, many people have fled Ukraine, many people have left to, you know, as refugees. Some of those people were men. Some of those people were certainly men who, in the fighting age range, which, you know, not everybody is a fighter. Not everybody, I've always been saying this, not everyone is a fighter. Not everyone has to necessarily fight. It's fine not to fight. It should be okay not to fight, right? It is a choice. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as things are getting more tense and more dangerous, has called for the Ukrainians who have left the country during the invasion of Russia to come back and help defend the country. This is a bit tricky because some of the people that have left, for example, Ukraine, when we're talking men, some of them were still underage when they left Ukraine to Poland, for example. They were not 18, but they became 18 while in Poland, while being refugees in Poland. Like, I know such a case myself. The person who I still sort of house as a refugee was still under 18 when I sort of took him in, and is now 18 plus. So technically speaking, he could go and enlist. I mean, he could maybe as a volunteer. Can you enlist in Ukraine when you're 18 as a volunteer, voluntarily? Can you do that? What is the minimum age of like being able to enlist to the army in Ukraine? I would assume it's 18. In Poland, it has always been 18, I think. I believe. So the Minister of Foreign Affairs has called for people to return. We respect the individual choice of every single person. But, however, we call all Ukrainians who left the country at the beginning of the invasion for them to consider returning home, said Minister of Foreign Affairs. We understand that some people may not have such a choice because of their health and other personal reasons. But for those who do have a choice, we welcome you to join us, to return to your homeland and help us defend it. Help us in order for our country to survive. We invite you to make a personal sort of input to the survival of our country. It is estimated that about 6 million people left Ukraine at the beginning of the invasion of Russia, full-scale invasion. Most of them is within the European Union. The only limit is that foreigners cannot occupy officers' positions. Other than that, all roles are open. However, the same things require some knowledge of local customs and Ukrainian language. No. This isn't about foreigners, Faye Carl Parker. This is about Ukrainians who left the country at the beginning of the invasion. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is asking Ukrainians to come back to the country and join the military to defend the country. He's not asking foreigners to do it. He's asking Ukrainians who left the country to do it. Just making that clear. But I am going to click on this article nonetheless, because it feels interesting. Okay, we can combine it with this. President Zelensky is also asking foreigners to join the Ukrainian army, which would make sense. Despite security concerns, overseas fighters could trigger broader conflict with Russia, which again seems to be less of a concern since Macron has officially said that we shouldn't even rule out sending troops to Ukraine. Foreign citizens who legally live in Ukraine can now join the National Guard, the military branch of the Interior Ministry, if they choose to join voluntarily. Zelensky urged foreign fighters to join Ukraine's fight against Russia when Putin's army first invaded. Foreign fighters have previously been offered as part of the International Legion. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has asked foreigners to join the Ukraine army, despite security concerns that overseas fighters could trigger broader conflict with Russia. Beginning Wednesday, foreigners and stateless persons, including American citizens, can now directly join Ukrainian National Guard, the Ukrainian president announced. Foreign citizens who legally live in Ukraine are eligible if they choose to join voluntarily. Zelensky urged foreign fighters to join Ukraine's fight against Russia when Putin's army first invaded back in February 2022. Foreign fighters have previously been offered as part of the International Legion. The Legion was created days after the Russian invasion of Ukraine began. Since then, there is an estimated 20,000 foreigners serving in Ukraine's Foreign Legion. However, the exact number isn't clear. I might as well show it on screen as well. Nearly 2 years after the war began. But what is being talked about here is not a foreign legion. What is being talked about here is not a foreign legion, Shakespeare. it's joining the Ukraine National Guard directly, which is different. I think. Might as well show it. Also show the photos. Nearly 2 years after the war began, Ukraine is desperate for more troops to join its ranks in order to sustain its resistance against Russia. Anyone who wants to join the defense of Ukraine, Europe, and the world can come and fight side by side with the Ukrainians, Zelensky said in 2022. Zelensky attempted to recruit an additional 500,000 people in December before passing a new law decreasing the age eligibility of fighters from 27 to 25 years old. Volunteers must meet certain criteria to be eligible, as well as pass medical and fitness tests. In March, it was revealed that foreign fighters who joined the Ukrainian army were not able to go home until the war ends. Interesting. Officials have warned members of the International Legion of Territorial Defense of Ukraine that they will be free to leave only when the state of martial law is ended. Would-be recruits were having second thoughts at the Polish border after being handed contracts that effectively make them conscripts, the Daily Mail revealed. Multiple foreign fighters have been killed since the start of the war. A former US Marine was killed while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces after the private security firm he worked for sent him to war in April 2022. I mean, it does make sense. If you're gonna make a commitment, you cannot just sort of back out of it at your own convenience. In August 2023, a British volunteer was killed in action while fighting in Ukraine, his brother has announced. A US Army veteran was struck and killed by a mortar shell explosion while fighting Russian forces in Ukraine. Jeffrey Judd Jones, 48, died on July 31 in Bakhmut, an eastern part of Ukraine, mostly occupied by Russians, last week. His father, Howard Jones, announced in August 2023. This comes as the Senate passed a massive foreign aid bill to Ukraine earlier this month. Wow, that's not happening anymore. I am grateful to Sen Schumer, Leader McConnell, and every U.S. Senator who has supported continued assistance to Ukraine as we fight for freedom, democracy, and the values we all hold dear. The sprawling $95 billion bill captured the necessary 60 senators needed to send the legislation to the House Tuesday morning after a rare all-night session ending in a 70-29 vote, but it faces an uncertain fate. It does. In total, the package includes $61 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel and its war against Hamas, and $4.83 billion to support the partners in the Indo-Pacific, including Taiwan, to deter aggression by China. Right, a tabloid. So yeah, that's it. Thank you. So what do you think? Isn't that great? Isn't that great? A call for people to return home. Come home, our dear soldiers, come home. How long have we been streaming? 5 hours, give or take. We've been streaming for 5 hours. So I think we can safely end it here. If you have any nice words for me, I'm gonna try to have some nice guests on Wednesday. I'm gonna try to get some guests for the birthday thing. And it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be great. Thank you for watching. And what else? Do I have anything else to say? Do I have any smart things to say? No. I do not have anything smart to say. So I guess what I will say is love and solidarity. And we love our non-binary siblings. I guess I still did not log in. I have to find my login to the page. But in the meantime, love and solidarity and all that. Okay. You can always become a Patreon and all that good stuff. But no. Save all the good things for 28th, for my birthday. I'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow. We will be talking about the protest. The big protest.